Welcome to the October 31st, 2025 meeting of the Michigan State University Board of Trustees. I think it's appropriate to say Happy Halloween. And I hope that many of you had the opportunity to see the Big Beaumont Tower Halloween show last evening at 9 o'clock. Several of us were able to head over there, led by University Carolina. John Lehrer was fantastic, wonderful show, one of many that happens there at Beaumont Tower by faculty and students of our incredible College of Music. I want to thank all of you for being here today, and I want to officially welcome our new provost, Dr. Laura Lee McIntyre, and our new athletics director, Jay Batt, to their first Board of Trustee meeting. Provost McIntyre and Athletics Director Batt began this summer and have hit the ground running, doing a fantastic job getting to know the campus community, our faculty, our staff, our students, and we're grateful to have them as part of our leadership team. So I'm going to officially call the meeting to order, and going to turn to Board Secretary Stephen Fletcher.
Thank you very much, President Guskowitz. And again, happy Halloween and welcome to the October 2025 Board of Trustees meeting. Today's agenda is filled with several significant action items of university business. There are also several speakers, including those who have come for public participation. As a framework, in the event of a disruption that prevents the board from conducting business or the members of the public from hearing or observing the meeting will be recessed or adjourned. If the meeting is recessed, the board will meet via Zoom within 10 minutes of the recess occurring. Regrettably, there would be no opportunity for public comment at that stage. Individuals found to be disrupting the meeting will be subject to applicable university ordinances and policies. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move, ask for a motion second for the to approve today's agenda.
Moved.
Okay, second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The agenda is approved. Is there a motion and a second for approval of the minutes? Okay. Okay. And these minutes are from both our June 13th, 2025 meeting and our August 15th, 2025 meeting, I should have said. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The minutes are approved. Okay, so I have just returned from the AAU President's meeting in Washington, D.C. earlier this week. And this is a meeting of about 65 of the presidents of the leading research universities across the country. And I just want to start off by saying how proud I am of incredible team, leadership team, our world-class faculty and staff that help to, in my opinion, really position Michigan State University to do the amazing things that we're able to do here in educating over 52,000 students and conducting the groundbreaking research that we do. And I couldn't be more proud of how we have, in fact, positioned ourselves during some challenging times. And we had a lot of conversations at that meeting alongside, again, about 65 other presidents and a number of congressional leaders that we had an opportunity to talk to try to make a strong case for what we do in America's leading research universities. And so, again, I want to just take that opportunity to thank all of you that help us to be the leading global public research university that we are, and allow our faculty and our students to thrive as they do, and allow all of us to continue making a difference in the world. I want to also thank our Board of Trustees members and Provost McIntyre and all the others who were able to join us yesterday to cut the ribbon celebrating our Spartan one-stop space just downstairs here. I know many of our students have been enjoying access to that space over the past several months since it opened. We had the official opening of it yesterday and ribbon cutting ceremony. And the Spartan One Stop is an important initiative in our student success program, ensuring that all of our students have the tools and guidance they need to thrive and graduate from Michigan State University. It's a hub for those seeking information about enrollment or student accounts, including billing and financial aid. Talking with some of the students down there yesterday that have felt supported by this. They've had their parents in and others to help troubleshoot some of the financial challenges that they might have around financial aid, et cetera. So it is truly a one-stop shop that provides advising help. CAPS often will intersect and engage with our students there. And as I said, issues around financial aid and others. So really pleased with what we're doing there. This is one of the ways that we're working to reduce barriers and other challenges to offer a truly student-centered college experience here at Michigan State. And so my thanks goes out to Vice Provost Dave Weatherspoon and everyone on that team that's making this possible. Dave, thank you. A round of applause for you and your team. And I want to offer up a shout out to the Spartan volleyball team in that program, which at last week's home game against Iowa honored staff and volunteers from University Health and Wellbeing Center for Survivors and Safe Place. Players and fans wore purple ribbons at the game to observe National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, something that's very important to us here. We're extremely proud of our people and programs supporting survivors of intimate partner violence and stalking. This includes Safe Place Shelter, which in 1994 became the nation's first such program housed on a university campus. And we're proud of the important work that's conducted there. MSU Center for Survivors, additionally, is celebrating its 45th year. Advocates there help survivors navigate things like reporting options, academic accommodations, safety planning, and housing financial concerns. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank all the staff there for everything that you do to support those that need those important resources. And also, while we're talking about congratulations and thank yous, our University Health and Wellbeing just yesterday was named Michigan's Best and Brightest in Wellness by the National Association for Business Resources. I think that deserves a round of applause. We're also honored, they were also honored among the organization's 2025 Best of the Best for Large Organizations. These prestigious awards celebrate organizations that go above and beyond to foster a culture of health and well-being for their employees. So again, congratulations to University Health and Wellbeing and its Michigan State University partners. Our focus on supporting the success and well-being of our campus community is one part of many that makes MSU a proudly public and leading global research university. And I love to talk about all the great things that we're doing to support our faculty, staff, and students. Athletics Director Jay Batt and I had a chance to sit in and co-host the Paul W. Smith WJR radio show in Detroit recently. And I think Paul W. Does not need to worry about losing his job anytime soon. It was a fun 2 hours there, but we did the best that we could. I had a lot of fun doing it. But it did, again, provide an opportunity to talk about the amazing things that happen here across a wide spectrum. It wasn't just about what's happening in intercollegiate athletics, but we had a chance to interview some of our world-class faculty, some student athletes, and a few alums that are proud to wear the Spartan logo and on a daily basis. And our reputation for excellence was validated once again in the latest Times Higher Education Global University Rankings. Michigan State is among the top 5% of the world's universities and headed upward, rising 17 spots globally and 4 spots here in the U.S. just from last year. So again, I think it well-deserving sort of upward trajectory by a lot of the hard work that takes place among so many that are here today. A large part of that is based on our outstanding teaching, research, and innovation. So it's a huge tribute to the excellence of our faculty, academic staff, and support staff. So thank you. We also saw just last month faculty excellence spotlighted in a recent New York Times article featuring Michigan State University Professor Bruno Basso and his innovations in satellite imaging and drone technology applied to farm conservation. The story was selected by the Times to represent Michigan in its 50 States, 50 Fixes environmental series. I had a chance to visit earlier this summer over at the Kellogg Biological Station, the amazing work that Dr. Basso and his colleagues are conducting there. This article also connected MSU biologist Nick Haddad and his work supporting conservation of natural areas for butterfly survival, demonstrating the breadth and impact of our environmental research. So again, congratulations to the important work by Dr. Basso and colleagues. And as for the excellence of our dedicated MSU support staff, Michigan State's institutional social media has moved up to #2 in the country in the national university rankings, another example of the talent behind our work, fostering community and connection among Spartans. So I think a round of applause is due to all of them. Our standing, as I like to say, Michigan's state university, the choice of more in-state students than any other, was validated once again this semester with our second highest enrollment. Currently, we have 51,838 students enrolled at Michigan State University, and we're pleased that the state's budget finalized earlier this month appropriated $333.7 million to MSU in base operating funding, which is a 2.1% increase for the year. That is a welcome bump, but it was already built into our planning, so it doesn't represent additional revenue available to spend. As I look over at our VP for Finance and Chief Financial Officer, Lisa Frace. But Lisa built that into our models for this year. Additionally, we recognize that that increase is only for 1 year, which will add uncertainty to our budget planning for next year. I also just want to touch on the fact that I recognize the challenges that the budget reductions created this past year. We've been as transparent with our workforce as possible through the year with our financial situation. And as I told faculty senate members in a message last month, together we can navigate through this phase and find ways to keep the university strong and moving forward, supporting both excellence and fiscal responsibility. And I provided a comprehensive update to our faculty and staff in last week's email message. And I realize, again, as I've said, that this has been challenging for many in terms of the impacts of our budget reductions and been felt by everyone on campus. I just want to thank all of those that took part in an inclusive process to get us to this point. The decisions that we've collectively made affect individuals and teams in real ways, and we do not take that lightly. And as I mentioned earlier, having just come from that AAU president's meeting, we are not alone. And talking with several of our peer presidents at that meeting earlier this week, we are far from unique in having the need to put budget reductions in place over the past year. So it was the right thing to do at the right time. And as I said last week at President's Council, I appreciate the role that many on our campus played in helping us to get here. And we are in a much more financially stable position as a result of that hard work. And it's also important to know that CFO Lisa Frace and Provost McIntyre are launching a budget model redesign to support our financial transformation. It'll prioritize development of a model that emphasizes clear resource allocation methodologies, financial stewardship, and sustainable operational practices. It's going to allow our senior leaders and department chairs to be able to forecast better. This is something that's been in the works for quite some time, but we're looking forward to getting this process to the next stage. They will keep us informed as the project moves forward, and just want to thank them for taking on this important work alongside a steering committee of several of our community campus leaders. Our 5-year capital outlay plan is in front of the board today, as well as resolutions relating to plans for campus development. These plans illustrate another critical dimension of our work to provide students, faculty, and staff with facilities adequate to maintain our physical assets, push the frontiers of discovery and innovation, and prepare graduates for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. So as we look to facilities, we'll need to prepare Spartans to imagine, create, and lead the industries of tomorrow. We're asking you today to approve the start of construction planning for our Engineering and Digital Innovation Center, something we've been talking about for even before I got here. This is an exciting new project. It's going to bring more than 6 or 7 of our colleges and their faculty and staff and researchers together to do incredible work in preparing our, again, graduates for the careers of the future. Given the shakier federal and state funding environment we face growing forward, with the resulting necessity for new channels to fund needed programs and facilities, I'm grateful for the support that we're seeing from our generous donors as we pursue our ambitious $4 billion comprehensive fundraising campaign. And it was an incredible year, the best fundraising year in the history of the university, raising over $380 million in this year alone. But I'm thinking about alums like Mary and Mike Lamock, whose recent $10 million gift is helping to kickstart fundraising for our new Engineering and Digital Innovation Center. And I was pleased to honor the Lamocks as we celebrated their philanthropy and some of our most engaged alums at this year's Grand Award celebration just last week. It was a pleasure to meet and honor Spartans who've made a lasting impact through their work in areas like industry, innovation, the arts, science, and research. I want to conclude today by thanking all of our faculty and staff who joined us for our nearly 1,100-mile Spartan bus tour through northern Michigan and the Upper Peninsula last week. And many thanks to the Spartans and the partners who hosted us where they live and work, places many of our students and alums call home and where so many of us love to visit. We gained a fuller appreciation for the challenges facing such rural communities in healthcare, agriculture, education, and so much more. And I know there are many in the room who had the chance to join us on that journey. This was our 3rd Spartan bus tour, and couldn't be happier with the impact that we're able to showcase as we touch down in these communities, again, across the state. We gathered a lot of insight that we hope will foster new collaborations between ourselves and those communities. And so again, thanks to all those who were able to join us. And I hope that if you haven't had a chance to join us on a Spartan bus tour, before you know it, the call for joining that spring bus tour, which will be in early May, will soon be out. So please pay attention to that and try to consider joining us in May. So with that, I want to close by sharing this video summarizing the places and experiences of the fall 2025 Spartan bus tour. Here we are at Kellogg Center. It's about 7:30 a.m. on Sunday, and we're heading up north into the UP for the 3rd Spartan bus tour.
The energy is just palpable. Looking forward to a productive few days connecting with fellow Spartans. It's going to be a great experience.
I got to speak with young men like the ones I typically work with who have built a sense of purpose in the work that they do, and so I can take this back to the students that I work with and help them see there are opportunities for them.
That's the spirit of it all, is that collaboration can get you so much closer to your goal than individualization.
It was really reassuring to see how important an MSU education is for our graduates and our alumni, and I think it made us all feel great that we're really doing something that makes a difference.
I think what we saw in this trip was MSU's extension program is one of a kind. Incredible work that we're doing in the agriculture industry, advanced manufacturing in the schools, healthcare systems, and the work that we're doing for our tribal community. It was fantastic. And if you thought you may have seen our legendary men's basketball coach, Tom Izzo, in one of those photos, you are correct. He, as you know, Coach Izzo is from Iron Mountain. That was one of our stops, and he wanted to be there to talk about growing up in the UP and talking about his hometown as we went into the Iron Mountain iron mine there. And so again, thanks to all those that helped make that possible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Board Secretary Fletcher to talk about the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. A consent agenda is used to group routine items for consideration in one motion, increasing meeting efficiency and allowing more time for items that may require further discussion or attention. The following items are included on this meeting's consent agenda. Budget and Finance Committee, Item 1, State of Michigan Fiscal Year 2026 Capital Outlay Project Request and 5-Year Capital Plan. Item 4, Material Change to Landscape, Beale Botanical Garden and Campus Arboretum Phased Redesign. Item 5, Authorization to Plan Library North Plaza renovations. Item 6, Authorization to Plan Transportation Services Garage. And Item 7, Sale of Property 1611 River Terrace, East Lansing, Michigan. Also from the Audit Risk and Compliance Committee, those agreements included as part of Item 2, Conflict of Interest Approval of Contract Terms. So that's 2A through 2L. As outlined in the publicly posted materials.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And we need a motion to...
Motion to approve the consent agenda. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Thank you. The consent agenda is approved. With that, I'm now going to invite Vice President Doug Gage to present this meeting's gift, grant, and contract report. And I just before, as Vice President Gage takes the podium here, I woke up to a great email this morning, an update from Doug saying that the month of September, we broke a new record, and that was I think you said 396 federally funded research grants submitted by our faculty in the month of September. I think the previous record you said was
370.
370. We had 396. So again, despite some of the challenges that we're facing in higher ed, our world-class faculty researchers are continuing to do incredible work, submitting grants. I know we'll secure many of those grants to continue to stay on this great trajectory and eventually top that $1 billion in research expenditure. So Doug, thank you.
You're welcome. So good morning, Chairperson Tebay, members of the Board of Trustees. I request approval of the awards found in the gift, grant, and contract report. The report period is from May 20th, 2025 through October 1st, 2025. The total value for this period is $342,459,141.
Is there a motion to approve the gift, grant, and contract report? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The gift, grant, and contract report's approved. Now going to ask Vice President Gage to introduce today's research presentation speaker.
Yeah, it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Sue Rhee, who joined Michigan State University in 2023 as an MSU Research Foundation professor in the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, Plant Biology, and Plant, Soil, and Microbial Sciences. We recruited Sue from the Carnegie Institute at Stanford University. And she's really a great example of how our outstanding faculty act as a talent magnet. That's why we got her here. She serves as director of MSU's Plant Resilience Institute, a unit launched by a faculty initiative in 2016 as part of the Global Impact Initiative. This was a future-focused effort to address issues in basic plant science and agriculture in a changing climate. Dr. Rhee is a leader in plant biology whose research focuses on understanding how plants can survive against extreme weather and rising temperatures, and actually introducing those traits into food and energy crops. Dr. Rhee has extensive leadership, mentoring, and research experience. She's trained more than 190 scientists, served on more than 25 advisory boards, initiated international scientific communities such as the Plant Cell Atlas, and leads renowned research centers such as the Water and Life Interface Institute and the Center for Sustainable Plant Innovation and Resilience through international teamwork. I'm delighted to welcome her here to share more about her work. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sue Rhee.
Thank you, Doug, for that introduction and for hiring me. It's been a wonderful 2 years. President Guskowitz and members of the Board of Trustees and members of the MSU community. I'm really excited to share with you our work on plant resilience research. So I'm going to start by introducing Plant Resilience Institute, or PRI. Doug has already mentioned that this was established 10 years ago by the Global Impact Initiative. Today, we have 14 faculty across colleges and departments, and we're engaged in interdisciplinary, very collaborative, and cross-scale plant science research, looking at plants all the way from atomic and molecular levels to ecosystem levels. The crazy graph on the right is a circus plot that shows all the lines of collaborations that we have among PRI labs. So today, PRI is ranked at the very top of about 40 plant science departments and training programs in the US. The vertical axis shows you the size of the units, and the x-axis is the rank. Excuse me. So PRI shares this highest rank with 3 other institutes, but as you can see, it's the smallest. And so with a fairly small and highly collaborative and successful team of scientists, what can we aspire to do? So in the next 10 years, this is what we'd like to do. First, we would like to be known for establishing field to lab to field paradigm. So today, a lot of fundamental research is done in the lab, and the discoveries are taken to the field to translate, but often this does not work. In fact, most of the times it doesn't work. So we'd like to turn this around and do fundamental research in the field and take the findings back to the lab, find out the mechanisms, and take that back to the field. We'd also like to integrate fundamental science with translational and applied science in plants. And I think that MSU is uniquely positioned to do this very well. Finally, we'd like to do our research using team science approaches at the global scale. So recently, some of these aspirations have manifested into a project that I'd like to talk to you about a little bit more. This project, as Doug mentioned, is called Center for Sustainable Plant Innovation and Resilience through International Teamwork. It's a little bit of a mouthful, so we call it Sea-Spirit. Sea-Spirit's aims are to discover natural products from plants and microbes to improve plant health. This is a collaboration with 5 countries, US, Japan, UK, Canada, and South Korea, and we got funding from the 5 respective countries' funding agencies. We're going to be working together on 7 crops that are listed here. These are globally traded commodity crops like corn, soybean, and rice, and so on. And then we're going to target some of the worst stresses that we're facing today, such as drought, heat, salinity, and fungal and nematode pests. So how are we going to try to identify these novel bioactive compounds? We have 2 strategies. One is to expose plants to stress like heat and drought, and we're going to extract the compounds and see if we can find compounds that are induced by stress and perhaps provide protective roles for the plants. A second strategy we're taking is to develop high throughput screens to find these bioactive compounds by screening natural product chemical libraries, basically using drug discovery pipelines. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you we're doing a lot of different studies and experiments in this project so far, even though it just started a year ago. I'm just going to tell you about one study that we did this summer at Macomb Field Station. In this study, we asked how do heat-tolerant and heat-sensitive potato varieties respond to heat in the field, okay? And so we went out to the field every 2 weeks and studied heat-sensitive and heat-tolerant potato varieties and provided this heat for 2 weeks at a time for potato tuber development. And we used these tents of heating arrays. And then we also took photosynthesis measurements and then took leaf samples back to the lab to do molecular work. This was a really extensive collaboration among scientists in extension, biochemistry, engineering, and mass spec facility. And so we have a lot of interesting data, but today I'm going to just show you one result. Okay, and this is stomatal conductance, which is basically how plants breathe, take in carbon dioxide, and release water, and how plants breathe and sweat, really. And so as you can see in this figure, The heat-sensitive variety increased its stomatal conductance in response to heat. You can see the orange dots in the box there, but the heat-resistant or tolerant variety didn't budge. It didn't change its stomatal conductance. So what does this mean? Are the sensitive plants trying to sweat and cool off more? We don't know. So we're going to try to understand what's going on by actually conducting these experiments now back in the greenhouse and some growth chambers. So this is led by an amazing postdoc, Kathy Rivera-Zuluaga, along with a couple of visiting scholars from Japan, Shogo and Kwangchul. And we're using this very nice automated watering system that Berkeley Walker from PRL built. And of course, this very beautiful, beautifully renovated greenhouses and head house. Thank you so much. That Chrislyn Partica is running. In addition, we're mimicking the field summer conditions in our growth chambers. And again, we're really lucky to have someone like Cody Kylan, who's running the growth chamber facility. And we have extremely nice chambers that can really replicate the field conditions right in our labs. And I want to also thank Corinne Prado, who's a lab manager in my group, who's doing a lot of these operations. So the second strategy that we're taking is really leveraging MSU's drug discovery core. And what we want to do is to develop these high throughput screening assays using chemical libraries to find new antifungals and new protective compounds from plants. The fungus that we're going to start with is Fusarium. Fusarium species reduce billions of dollars of crop loss every year globally. And these are some of the diseases that are caused by Fusarium in potato, tomato, soybean, and maize. So we're partnering with Erica Elizabeth at MSU Drug Discovery Core to develop a high-throughput fungal assays to find new fungicides, basically. And so here we're using two species of Fusarium, Oxysporum and Vigiliforme. These are kindly provided by our pathology colleagues, Linda Hansen and Marty Chilvers. Again, this project is led by Kathy. So because I'm not a pathologist, I did not know that there are only 3 major classes of commercially available fungicides used in agriculture today. And you can see the classes look kind of similar in structure, and they all target only one pathway, and that's ergosterol. Ergosterol is sterol, found only in fungi, okay? It's very important for membrane function, and you can imagine that there may be some pathogenic fungi out there that are already building resistance against these drugs that target only one pathway. In fact, Kathy found that one of the commercially available fungicides, fludioxanil, actually is in fact not effective on Oxysporum. So the left graph shows you control that has no fungus. So you can see there's no growth, all the lines in the bottom. Oxysporum, doesn't matter how much of this fungicide we provide, we always see growth. So this fungus is actually resistant to fludioxanil. However, Vigiliforme is actually sensitive. We can kill it at a low dosage, as low as 1 parts per million of this fungicide. That plate that I'm showing you has 384 wells, and each well allows us to do an assay. So we're going to do high throughput screening of about 30,000 chemical libraries and ask questions like, what stage of the fungal growth are these compounds acting, and what concentration of these compounds can we kill half or even 90% of the fungus? Once we find these hits, we're going to immediately go test to see if they're toxic in the environment and on animals, in collaboration with Carrie San, who's a toxicologist here at MSU. And then we're going to test these compounds on plants and then eventually go into the field. So I want to end by saying that at PRI, we are developing a framework to accelerate discoveries and solutions for future-proofing our world through resilient plants and plant resilience research. And we're doing this by establishing field to lab to field paradigm. I gave you an example of that already. And we are also applying other approaches that are described here, but we won't have time to talk to today, but it's actually described in an article in Transcend Plant Science that was published last year. We have over 110 members of Seaspirit today, so I can't name them all, but I wanted to share with you some photos to show that we're really having a great time, not only great science, but people are really getting to know each other across these 5 countries. And I have to thank the people that I work with every day and bring me a lot of joy. These are members of my lab and the PRI admin team who come from all over the world and hopefully will go back and make more impact. Thank you so much for your attention.
Any questions for Dr. Ray? I have one, or two maybe. One is that I know as we celebrated at the university speech that we gave a few weeks ago, that apples, we know that we're the second leading apple producer Michigan is. You mentioned potatoes. I'm curious as to where we sit in terms of potato production.
25% of potato chip potatoes come from Michigan.
Okay. Wow.
And the 2 varieties that I told you about, I'm not going to reveal the names, but they are used in potato chip making.
Wonderful.
Today. Yeah, they're commercial varieties.
And then just as we learned when we were up near Traverse City for our board retreat in June, we had a chance to visit a vineyard, and they talked about how climate change is affecting the production of grapes and wine. How is it affecting, how does your research intersect with the climate change and creating more resiliency for crop growing?
Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, fungal pathogens are the #1 pests of all of the types of pathogens around the world, including grapes. So it's actually quite a devastating type of infection because they affect not only the quantity of yield, but also they produce these very bad toxins called mycotoxins that make the grapes or corn grains unusable. So because they affect animals and humans. And so it is really a bad problem. And the fact that we're starting out with finding novel fungicides, I think is very meaningful. And the fact that there are actually not a lot of varieties of fungicides that are used commercially and that they're all synthetic ones. The ones that we're trying to develop are natural products and like hopefully biodegradable and environmentally safe. And, we may not be able to patent them because if they're already like well-known or FDA approved already, but we care more about farmers being able to get access to these compounds right away. They could maybe go to CVS and then using them that season. So, I didn't mention this, but the traditional way of trying to improve agriculture is breeding and these more recently engineering, but these processes take decades. I think that if we're able to find some safe, environmentally safe and animal safe compounds that farmers can use like right away, we can help them next year. And maybe temporary solution for that season that has like a major heat wave or drought spell, but we can still like help the farmers that year, not, lose 80% of their crop.
I have a quick question if I can. So one of the first things when, I guess, 6 years ago now, Chair Tebay and Vice Chair Scott and I saw were the greenhouses that did not look like the photo that we saw here. And it took a while. It took a number of years. I think all of us visited at least twice in their former form and saw just how much you needed that investment and that improvement. And I really appreciate that you mentioned it now, but I wonder if you would just say a little bit more about what it has meant for the university to be able to invest in that infrastructure to support your research.
Yeah, I mean, these greenhouses are really life-changing. I mean, growth chambers too. Before I came here, we had to custom build these greenhouses and growth chambers to mimic conditions of the fields. And we are very interested in mimicking conditions of the future. And, Corinne Prado that I mentioned, she literally babysat the growth chambers like 12 hours a day, okay? She came here, we got these amazing chambers. Thank you, Doug, and thank you, everyone. She's literally told me, I quote, "This was life-changing," and because now she can actually do real work. Same thing with the greenhouses. We had geysers in the middle of the greenhouses before, you probably saw that. And now, we can control the, conditions and, they work beautifully and we have space and there's a lot more collaboration that can happen. The automated watering system that I told you about, I don't think we could have put that into the old greenhouses because why would you want to set up a fancy automation when the rest of the condition is like not quite ready? So yeah, it's really allowing us to think about, okay, now we got really controllable conditions in the greenhouses. What else can we do? Like, how can we push ourselves and our science? Like now we're actually thinking about automation. We're talking about like digital twins. We're going to get into AI. High throughput phenotyping, we can start thinking about these things. So I think that what you can do, we just basically, on top of that, synergize, and it just kind of goes into kind of exponential mode of discovery, which is really exciting.
Great.
Thank you.
Oh,
Uh,
I'll go. No. You sure? Dr. Gage, I just want to thank you. Every time you bring someone, we learn something, and I like to learn, so thank you. I didn't know what pennycress was. I had to look it up. Yeah, I looked it up. So you're using it it's not edible. Because I like food, and I had never heard of pennycress.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because I actually neglected to bring that up. It's an emerging cover crop. It used to be a noxious weed only about 5 years ago, but plant scientists have actually domesticated it using genetic engineering, and it's an oilseed crop that's winter hardy. So you can plant it in between your corn and soybean rotations. And so after you harvest your corn or soybean, you plant pennycress, and over winter it grows. And in early spring, farmers can harvest the seeds for oil. It makes like really nice oil for sustainable jet fuel. And it also covers the ground so that when it rains over winter, you don't have soil erosion and you don't have nutrient bleaching. So it's called like a cash crop that's cover crop is called intermediate crop. So pennycress is one of the exceptions of the 7 crops that we're doing. It's not a world globally traded commodity. It's a cover crop, but we're really excited about pennycress. In fact, we just planted our first, we started doing our first field study here at MSU this fall. We just planted the seeds in September. So actually I have a picture. This is it. Actually, I wanted to show you this, but I didn't think I had time. So in 2 weeks of like learning that we had some space available, we went to Mike Partika, who's the agronomy farm manager, and 2 weeks later, we were able to plant the seeds. This is my postdoc, Danielle, Paige Smith, who's a PRI germplasm curator, an amazing grad student, Brianna Hashem, in biochemistry. The 4 of us just actually went out to the field, checked it out. 2 weeks later, we had seeds on the ground. So yeah.
Okay, so don't eat.
Yeah, no, it's
No.
you can eat the oil after extraction, but no, it's not. No.
Yeah.
But
I love food, and
it is similar to arugula, so you could try.
I'm not gonna try it, but thank you. Thank you, though. I appreciate the invitation. So the other thing you mentioned soy and corn, and I was looking at your afflictions, and they were like sudden death syndrome for soy and ear rot. Are those real, or did you make those up?
They are real, and they are epidemic.
I mean, the names.
I didn't make it up, but it's that sudden death syndrome is actually one of the worst epidemics we're facing today in the U.S.
Wow.
Yeah.
For soy.
For soybean, yes.
Wow. And then my last question was back to that map.
Yes. Oh,
So Sea Spirit is at
this
all.
or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are the Sea Spirit folks?
Oh, no, these are the Sea Spirit folks. It's
Okay.
only some of them. We have 110 people from 5 countries working on Sea Spirit right now.
Okay, so then the next one is the PRI folks?
Yeah, these are members of my lab. I
Okay.
have about 20 people in my lab, and then PRI admin team, there's about 3 or 4 of them. Yeah.
So my question is, having visited Africa maybe 12, 13 times, why and literally agriculture is everywhere. It's
Yeah.
like a mashup of industry and industrial and agriculture. Like you walk down the street and there's goats with you,
Yes.
right? But it's like in the middle of Addis Ababa, like
Yeah.
in real life. Why are you not there? What's happening?
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that because when I was making this map, I saw it too. And I thought about like, oh, is it cool to highlight this? And I thought, yeah, it is because I really want to go there. And I want to also go South America and Australia, the areas that are not covered. So it tells me that, okay, we are very diverse in our group, but not diverse enough. So I'm going to work on that.
Well, if you need help in Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, South
Yes.
Africa, call me.
I will. I'm going to. I'll email you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Provost McIntyre.
Thank you, Professor Ree. This is really incredible. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more, kind of piggybacking on what Trustee Vassar was saying about the importance of the global work to accelerating the impact of your discovery. So you're working across 5 different countries. Talk a little bit about what that means and what those global partnerships mean to MSU.
Yeah, for me, it's been really an eye-opening experience. I thought that it would be very, very challenging because of the differences in cultures and how we operate in science. But in fact, I think these differences actually have become such a great opportunities and learning lessons. And we have different problems that we face in agriculture, in our economy, in policy. And so it's really enriching us to sort of be more, I guess, open-minded and to look outwards. And I think our trainees are loving it. Okay, so we have already trained 4 scholars from Japan so far, and we have a constant flow of people coming. I'd like to actually try to do the reverse of sending our trainees to other countries as well through this project. But yeah, it's really been a huge learning experience, and I am like kind of swearing by it now. I think we should really be more and more global.
I just have one question, thanks. Thank you, Dr. Ray, that was fascinating. If you look at the chart that you put up of all the plant science programs in the United States, as well as what you're doing with Sea Spirit, how many are using the field to lab to field, and how many are using AI technology?
A lot of people are trying to use AI. The field to lab to field is new. It's something that we're trying to do. There is a scientist, Andrew Leakey at University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, who has sort of done something like field to lab to field, but not in the way that we're envisioning, but he's actually more advanced than we are. He's got this amazing field research infrastructure. It's like massive green rain out shelter that's from production, like companies that make these devices for farmers that do sensitive vegetables and cut flowers and things like that. He's got like a 1/4 of an acre size of these rain out shelters that can actually close and open within 2 minutes of rain. So you can really precisely control environments. And so we want to replicate that here at MSU, and we're trying very hard. And we would ultimately like to connect and maybe have these field research stations that are doing fundamental research. And I don't know if you know, but fundamental and translational research. NIH has funded 60 translational centers for medical research. I think they're called CTSAs. And for plants, there is 0. We have no translational research centers out in the fields, which is our equivalent to clinical trials. So we are really excited to establish that, especially in the Midwest. I just recently learned that the Great Lakes megalopolis is the biggest region in North America with 60 million people. The amount of, it's second in terms of GDP to the Boston, Washington area. But its investment into this area is, of course, much, much, much lower than the Boston, DC area. And it's because that area gets a lot of money for medical research, right? I think we have an opportunity to bring in that investment for agriculture and really help the entire region, which has got the most number of people.
Trustee Bailo, did you have a question? You don't? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. I'm just thrilled. I love potato chips. I'm just glad we're not going to run out here in Michigan anytime soon. And great, great presentation. Appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you, President Gaskowitz.
With that, I'm going to turn to Provost McIntyre to present this meeting's personnel actions.
Thank you, President Guskowitz. Trustees, I present for approval the items on the October 2025 list of personnel actions. I present for approval the following tenured faculty appointments. Brian L. Foster, PhD, Professor, Department of Plant Biology with tenure, effective November 6, 2025. Li-Hu Shu, PhD, Associate Professor, Department of Statistics and Probability with tenure effective January 1st, 2026. Ruthie Angelovici, PhD, Associate Professor, Department of Plant Biology with tenure effective January 15th, 2026. Kurt Kiffmueller, PhD, 1855 Professor, Department of Forestry with tenure effective November 3, 2025. Jeremy Bruce-Couture, PhD, Geyer Sievers Endowed Chair and Professor, Department of Community Sustainability with tenure effective January 3, 2026. Christopher N. Top, PhD, Professor, Department of Plant, Soil, and Microbial Sciences with tenure effective January 1st, 2026. Philip Rumrell, PhD, Professor, Department of Counseling, Educational Psychology, and Special Education with tenure effective October 31, 2025. That's today. And I am pleased to recommend Supratik Rayamaji, MD, Professor, Health Programs, Department of Medicine, for an additional appointment of Interim Dean, College of Human Medicine, effective October 1st, 2025. It is recommended that the title of Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer be changed to Vice President and Chief Inclusion Officer, effective October 31st, 2025, and that all applicable policy documents be revised to reflect this change. The custodians of board and university level policy documents are authorized to update position title references in those policies in alignment with the action and in consultations with the Office of the President. Therefore, I'm pleased to recommend Jabbar R. Bennett, PhD, Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer, for a title change to Vice President and Chief Inclusion Officer, effective October 31st, 2025. Finally, I am pleased to present for approval the amended and restated contract for President Kevin M. Guskowitz. The Chair of the Board of Trustees is authorized to execute any documents necessary to effectuate this action. Also included in your materials are information reports on academic personnel actions.
Is there a motion to approve the personnel actions?
Discussion? There's no discussion. Oh, okay.
Yeah, is there a second? Okay, any discussion?
I do have some discussion. Congratulations to all those who were promoted. I know it's a big feat, and title changes are a big deal. Congratulations, President Guskowitz, on your review and your raise as well. I can't vote yes for this because I do not agree that we should capitulate to pressure around language changes. I think Jabbar Bennett is awesome. I think he does a great job. He's amazing. And I'm not necessarily partial to titles in any other case except this one. So that's why I'm voting no. I just wanted to make sure I'm congratulating everyone on the hard work that got them the promotions. And I'm congratulating Jabbar Bennett on the work that he continues to do. And I'm also ecstatic about our president, and I'm still going to vote no.
Thank you. Other discussion? Trustee Deno?
I agree with what Dr. Rima-Vassar said. Just really tired of running away from the word diversity. I mean, as I look in this room, I think we're incredibly diverse in many different respects. And so I'm probably just going to abstain because I love the rest of it, but I don't agree with removing the word diversity from the title of Dr. Jabbar Bennett, who is doing a really good job.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to speak directly to the president's evaluation process as part of the broader personnel report offered this morning. The Board of Trustees is charged with conducting an annual performance evaluation of the Michigan State University president in accordance with Board of Trustee Policy 202. This process is led by the Committee on Budget and Finance, and I want to thank my fellow trustees on the commitment for their work related to this process. For this past year, objectives were agreed to across 5 areas related to the president's responsibilities: strategic vision and planning, operational excellence, stakeholder engagement, governance and compliance, and organizational development and planning. Under President Guskowitz's stewardship, we have seen significant progress across each of these areas. The leadership qualities that he has demonstrated are welcomed not only by the board, but also by the wider Spartan community. This is evident in comments from students, faculty, staff, alumni, and other friends and university partners who have interacted with the president. Let me highlight just a few of the ways where the president has moved us forward using his strategic, bold, and student-focused philosophy. President Guskowitz led his team efforts in refreshing the 2030 strategic plan, providing a renewed focus for the institution in several key areas, energizing talent development and retention efforts for the state, building community through initiatives such as the First Gen Center, and focusing on student success through launching the Williams Scholarship, the Lansing Spartan Scholars Program, the Green and White Council, and the Native American Tuition Program, to name a few. Launching the public phase of a $4 billion comprehensive fundraising campaign, the most ambitious in the university's history, to support the refreshed vision contained in the strategic plan. The numbers here speak for themselves. A record-breaking fundraising year of over $380 million highlighted the support the president has quickly built among our alumni and belief in his leadership. Engaging trustees collaboratively, both individually and as a board, to further the institution's governance and helping to continually move the university forward as he has done in other areas. Bringing stability to this campus was a key message the board heard during the presidential search process. We applaud Dr. Guskowitz's approach and partnership in fostering that environment. Engagement is a reoccurring theme in various ways, such as the president's newly established Student Leadership Council with various stakeholders and across various issues. The president has demonstrated leadership through direct ongoing engagement. The core components of the contractual amendments are as follows: an adjustment to the president's base salary in alignment with standard salary increases provided to other executive management positions this fiscal year, an adjustment to the president's deferred compensation, and the designation, of a Hannah Distinguished Professorship with all rights and responsibilities therein. In taking this action, the board has balanced recognizing the extraordinary leadership of the president and the institutional importance in retaining the president with the fiscal headwinds confronting the university. In closing, I'd like to express on behalf of the board our appreciation to the president for his leadership. The president has quickly embraced the Spartan community, and the Spartan community has in turn embraced him and his family. Kevin has also challenged us to look over our next set of horizons and evolve to meet the needs of both current and future Spartans. We are proud of what has been accomplished in a little over 18 months and are excited to see how this chapter of our institution's history will continue to evolve.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, having been on this board over 6 years now, I think Trustee Kanaki Jefferson, T-Bay, and I have been through 5 presidents. And I have never been as confident in our leadership here at this university than I am at this time with Kevin Guskowitz at the helm. I sincerely believe that we have the right leader for the right time. I'm appreciative of the time that he came in and a lot that the university was going through and some of the very difficult decisions that he's had to make. But it does help in making those decisions to have the confidence in our leadership. When we interviewed Kevin, it was very clear to those of us on the board at that time that we needed someone with a vision and someone that would not be afraid to do to verge into the unknown and to do things that we haven't done, to challenge us, to be a trailblazer. And Kevin has been all of that plus some. And I have to say that the excitement is palpable throughout this community, our alum, our donors, our students, faculty, and staff. You'd be hard pressed to find anyone that really has anything negative to say about Kevin. He's very accessible. He is a great listener. And I believe that he has done a phenomenal job. So I was very proud to be able to be in support of this. And I just want to thank you for your leadership. And I look forward to, well, my term's coming up, but I'm looking forward to your continued leadership here, Kevin. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will just echo everything that Chair T-Bay and Vice Chair Scott have said about you, Kevin. It's an honor to work with you. And then since all of this is packaged together, I want to join my colleagues in congratulating everyone on their promotions and With respect to the title change for Jabbar Bennett, I just want to say I certainly recognize the concerns that Trustee Vassar and Trustee Deno have expressed. In balancing, though, I also recognize that this is something that the administration has asked us to support. And I trust, under the leadership of this president, that the work we do will not change and the work will remain. And that's why I will vote yes to support the title change, because the most important thing to me is who is leading and the work that will be done. And I have total confidence in that, both from our president and also from Jabbar Bennett.
So I agree with everything that's been said by both of you. Thank you. I just want to say that when we went through the presidential search 18 months ago, the selection committee did a great job bringing nominees to the board. And we don't always agree, the 8 of us, on everything. And we have robust discussions during the work sessions and our calls, and we respect each other's opinions. But when we voted among ourselves to bring it to vote here on our next president, it was unanimous among all 8 of us to select President Guskowitz. So I join the others in how grateful we are that you joined us.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No. I think it's time to move on. I just want to also congratulate all those who are being approved today for promotions. I want to also thank this board for the confidence that you have in me. I enjoy working with each of you in helping to move this great university forward. So thank you for the confidence that you have in me. So with that, if there's no other discussion, I'll ask if there is a second. No, we've already done that. We've had discussion. All those in favor of the personnel actions, say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so the personnel actions are approved. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to committee reports, and we will begin with Trustee Sandy Pierce bringing forward the Committee on Budget and Finance report.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone that from the Budget and Finance Committee, items 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7 have been moved for approval, as we saw earlier in the consent agenda. So I've got a few, but not too many. As Chair of the Trustee Committee on Budget and Finance, I move that the Board of Trustees of Michigan State University hereby authorizes the administration to proceed with the project titled Engineering and Digital Innovation Center, we often call it ED Center, with a project budget of $340 million. Be it further resolved that the administration will maintain its ongoing coordination with the state of Michigan's capital planning and outlay processes in alignment with the project being the university's capital outlay request for cost participation in state fiscal year 2027. We did not get it this year, so we're going back for it again in 27.
Is there support?
Support.
Okay, any discussion? Yes.
Just realize what we're doing here, what you're seeing here. Like, this is, every building that's going up here is a part of our future for a really long time, right? This is one of the most incredible, impressive, impactful things that you're going to see, both in terms of it being value added, it being what it costs to do it, and what it's going to mean for successive generations of Spartans. For those of us of a certain age in this room, not you, our younger people, this thing will be around long after we're gone, right? And any innovation that we see here in the 21st century that we do here on campus is going to be done in this building once it's up. And so it's a pretty ambitious and pretty exciting thing. And this is a good example in terms of how this has been planned for, the risk management profile of doing something like this and doing it the right way with the right people. I'm sure it's going to be something we can all be proud of when we're done. And I think you should track it closely and follow the news and have input on it when you're asked for it. And it's going to be a really good thing for our campus. Thank you.
I should also note, if I can, that Dean, and I hope I don't mess up his last name.
Apolomero.
that one. He's available via Zoom if anyone has any questions or comments. Thank you.
You got it. And any other questions? And I agree with what Trustee Baylor said. This is going to be an incredible opportunity for us to get out in front ahead of others in this digital innovation space. And so I'm grateful for all that's gone into this by so many people over many years. And it was initiated before I got here. And also to our advancement team, as I look at Kim Tobin and others that have helped us raise coming up close to $100 million of private philanthropy. And I do want to thank Dean Papapalomero for that, because he's been by our side in raising a lot of those dollars alongside Kim Tobin and others. So thank you. So with that, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, on behalf of the Trustee Committee on Budget and Finance, I move that the Board of Trustees of Michigan State University hereby authorizes the administration to plan for the project titled Spartan Gateway Development Athletic and Recreation District. It's to plan, not to proceed.
Support? Thank you, Trustee Bauer-Cook. Discussion? Trustee Deno.
Thank you. So I realize this is just an authorization to plan, not an authorization to proceed. But I am strongly, strongly, strongly opposed to even the concept of putting a hotel on Munn Field or where IM West is. I think we have way too many vehicles on campus as it is. I think our traffic pattern on campus is really confusing. I think it would lead to, again, obviously more car exhaust and potentially more pollution. I just think it makes absolutely no sense to even contemplate putting a hotel at those two locations. And that's why I'm voting no.
Go ahead.
Trustee Baylor.
I have some of those same concerns. I'm actually going to support the planning of this. If you recall, was a no vote on the Gateway project back where it was, because I had some concerns about the cost and its impact on the general fund and so forth. What you're seeing here is a rethinking of that project, still including a hotel and perhaps some mixed use, some retail and some other service related things in the locations that Trustee Deno mentioned. But also, as we discussed yesterday, a real strong rethinking of the Kellogg Center in terms of a renovation or even perhaps a demolition in part or full and a rebuild at that site. We don't yet know how it's going to turn out. The cost of this study there is a cost, but it's quite nominal compared to actually proceeding with the project. So we have to get this right. And I want to see what the planners come up with concept and with dealing with some of these issues. And if it ultimately leads to a project that we think is going to be better for the campus, it'll come back with the authority to proceed or not. And it's also important to note that we've been told that the original Gateway site is still not off the table. It's still on the table, although perhaps in modified form. We'll see. So there's a lot more thinking that needs to go into this. But what I'm saying to you is because, as Trustee Deno said, both of those sites represent challenges in different ways. So when we're looking at changing the campus in a meaningful way, you can have an impact. You can study it. You can reach out. You can have a discussion and bring your concerns to it. For instance, the IM West site, if that comes down, it will impact rec sports. And that's a separate parallel study we're doing right now is if that does come down, what do we need to invest in IM East to make sure we're not, even with the addition of the new rec center, which is exciting, to make sure that we're not shortchanging the campus. So there's a lot of moving pieces here. It's very complex. And just know that we're trying to be very, very thoughtful about this. And so for that reason, I do want to support the study, but I have some pretty strong reservations coming in that will need to be solved in order for me to ultimately proceed on some of this stuff. Thank you.
And this was something that got, as I said earlier, a lot of discussion at our work session. But when the RFP goes out, one of the requirements of the RFP is for whoever's interested in responding, that they look at lots of options, not just the ones that were mentioned just now. So lots more work to do, and we'll certainly have a lot of conversation about it and come back to you before there's any vote to proceed on any project of this magnitude. And Dan Boldman is available. I could say his last name if anybody would have a comment or a question. Otherwise, we can.
Trustee Vassar, you pulled your mic down. Did you have a question? Oh, I got, okay.
Sorry, one more thing. The other piece of this that wasn't mentioned is this affects sports, right? Like, so we had a tour yesterday of Jennison and Dem Hall and things like that, because without the arena piece, we have a great new athletic director that's taken a proactive look at investing in the Olympic and women's sports, both for practice and competition. So even though you're hearing that the arena right now is off the table, that thought of supporting those sports going forward is still very much on the table. Thank you.
Really important points that have been made, and I promised the board as we began these discussions, part of this process is really getting answers to many of the questions that have been asked, very good questions, traffic studies, and a whole lots of other information. And I trust that Dan Bowman and his team are going to do a great job in delivering on that. So with that, if there's no further discussion, I'll call the vote. All those in support?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, one more. On behalf of the Trustee Committee on Budget and Finance, I move that the Board of Trustees of Michigan State University hereby authorizes the president to enter into an affiliation agreement with a new nonprofit tax-exempt corporation under the laws of the state of Michigan to be known as Spartan Ventures and its subsidiary nonprofit tax-exempt corporation, Spartan Athletics Foundation, on such terms and conditions as the president determines to be in the best interest of Michigan State University. And then the athletic director, Jay Batt, may want to say a few words. Where is Jay? Do you want to add anything, because this is new?
Just wanted to make brief remarks and appreciate the Board of Trustees for considering this action. This innovative structure will provide Michigan State Athletics a competitive advantage. Efficiency, innovation, and adaptability enable operations to occur in a more nimble manner. This shift in structure will benefit all university sports and all student athletes, operationalizing revenue generation flexibility while maintaining institutional alignment, which is essential in today's changing college athletics landscape. We truly appreciate the board for your leadership, as well as President Guskowitz for your support, and ask that you might consider this motion.
Great. And was there a second? I wanted to be sure. Okay, you did second. Okay. Is it further discussion?
You didn't catch me this time. You did a good job that last time.
Okay.
I was ready to vote, but I do want to say a couple things. One, coming into the trustee position from a faculty position as a lifelong educator, I had never been to a collegiate football game in my life. But I realized right away as a trustee that particularly here at Michigan State University, that it was really important that athletics actually does finance a lot of the work that faculty do in ways that I didn't anticipate, right, from this vantage point. So I've been pushing for better leadership in athletics from the top down since I got on the board, even though I really would like to write papers during the games, right? Like literally, that's what I brought my computer to do. I recognize the importance. And leadership matters. Leadership absolutely matters. That you are taking a creative, innovative stance and thinking about ways to remain competitive in this area is critical. I am grateful and relieved, because it's a long time coming, but grateful for your vision and your courage, because courage is in short supply a lot of times in leadership, and that you all are saying, you know, we're going to do something different. We're going to take a chance, and we want the board to trust us in that. I'm grateful for that. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for bringing my cookies back to me last night. I appreciate that. He's one of the most sincere and considerate and mannerable people that I've met ever. He's, no, thank you. Genuine. And you wouldn't think that he'd be this big of a risk taker when he says, you know, ma'am to you all the time. But he does say ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am. So I'm grateful that you're here. Thank you for taking the position. Thank you for having I think you had sway in bringing him here. You used all your magic to bring him here, and I appreciate that you two have taken this on in a serious way to bring us boldly forward into the future.
Thank you. Trustee Balo.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting. And I know it's kind of catching a lot of you probably by surprise because it's the first time you're hearing about it. I'd like to echo the words of Trustee Vassar. We're very fortunate to have Jay and your wife, Leah, your better half, and your two little guys. They've been a great part of campus so far. And I know Jay's probably had a lot of sleepless nights catching up with Spartans all across the country to figure this out. And figure it out we will. You know, we are going to be leaders in this space because we simply, it's changing every day. Like I get up and I check my phone. I'm like, well, what's different in college sports from last night? You know, what the heck is going on? And Jay's trying to keep us on the forefront of that in ways that we haven't done before, but in ways that not a lot of people have done before. And in ways which are prudent. And I want to touch on this, like we're creating an entity within the athletic department to be entrepreneurial, to be forward, to be fast, to be nimble, to react and be proactive, but yet still be part of a college, right? Like, so there's checks and balances here. Like the board that we're going to create to oversee this entity will have 7 seats, one of which will be designated by this board, one of which will be designated by the athletic director himself, and one of which will be designated by the president. And then 4 other creative people who are going to help fundraise, who are going to help plan, who are going to help market, who are going to help raise all of our sports to good health and to ultimate success. And it's a pretty exciting thing. And it's in parallel with a lot of things that are going on at the conference level, the Big Ten and elsewhere, but realize what we're doing here is fairly unique to us. This is not something where there's equity investors coming into the athletic department. This is creating an wholly owned by us entity that is going to be able to do the things in a faster manner that we know we need to do. And so I compliment Jay on his creativeness and his team as well that he's building. And I think that you're going to have a lot of questions about this that you should feel free to ask. And let's rock and roll with this. Let's go.
And this is another one where I will tell you over the last several weeks, we've had a lot of discussion to get to this point today. So it is with full knowledge thus far that we have on the entity that we bring it to you.
Other discussion? Okay. I want to.
Just going to say in Jay we trust.
Yeah, there we go. Great. I just want to add that I want to thank the board for considering this on such relatively short notice. Jay came here 4 months ago. I asked him very clearly that to innovate and innovate quickly, and he got his sea legs under him and then began to put a plan in place. I also want to acknowledge and thank Brian Quinn, Harold Balk, others that have helped were by his side in helping us to get to this place. And I think great things are going to come from this. And Jen Smith, was Jen here? Oh, Jen is here. Thank you, Jen. Yes, sorry I couldn't see you back there. But again, I think the future's bright for Spartan Athletics, and this is an important next step. So with that, if there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, the committee received the second quarter investment report, the annual review of the endowment spending rate, and the liquidity pools report for the quarter ended September 30th, 2025. Let me just conclude with thanking the committee members. So it is Chair Tebay, Trustee Vassar, and Trustee Deno. Every trustee is invited to the Budget and Finance Committee meetings, even if they are not official members, and they're encouraged to come. I know Trustee Balo came the last time. It's very helpful. We're running a very big budget under the leadership of Lisa Frace and your great team, so thank you for that. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll now turn to Trustee Renee Kaneki Jefferson for the Committee on Academic Affairs.
Excellent, thank you. I get to do something this morning that I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to do in my role as a trustee, and certainly not as the chair of academic affairs, and that's to make a very special announcement and motion. On behalf of the Trustee Committee on Academic Affairs, I move that the Board of Trustees hereby approve the naming of the auditorium and the auditorium pre-function space within the soon-to-be Engineering and Digital Innovation Center for the Mary and Mike Lamach Auditorium and the Mary and Mike Lamach Auditorium Lobby.
Is there a second? Second? I'm sorry, that was the second. I apologize.
And Kim Tobin is here available if there are any questions, or I don't know if you want to just say a couple of remarks.
So Mike and Mary Lamach met here on campus. They are wonderful alumni and have been with us on this project from the beginning before we had drawings or anything else. They believed in Michigan State from the day they met here and made a commitment. And when we came back after we had drawings and our vision in place, agreed to double their gift. So we thank them. They were honored last week with the Philanthropist of the Year award, and I think it's a very worthy honor. And we look forward to bringing more people into the project and more news to come at future meetings. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
My only other news to share is that our committee received a presentation on the modernization of our general education program, a unionization update, and an update on the RCal-Cal merger. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll turn to Trustee Brianna Scott for the committee report on audit, risk, and compliance.
Thank you. I want to note that the Audit Risk and Compliance Committee item number 2 was moved for approval via the consent agenda. So our action item highlights are as follows. The Audit Risk and Compliance Committee met and reviewed with the MSU staff and the university's external auditors, Plant and Moran. The 2024-25 audited financial statements were reviewed. The university received a clean opinion from the auditors, which indicates that MSU followed accounting rules appropriately and that the financial reports are an accurate representation of MSU's financial position as of June 30, 2025. No significant changes were made to Plant Moran's audit approach, which was reviewed by the committee prior to the audit work commencing. There were no significant adjustments that were proposed during the audit, and no material weaknesses in internal controls or accounting policies and procedures were noted. Based upon this review and report, board action is now recommended to make official the June 30, 2025 financial statements of the university. As chairperson of the Audit Risk and Compliance Committee, I move that the board accept the audited financial statements for the year ending June 30, 2025.
Support. Okay. And Lisa Frace is available for discussion if anybody has questions. Okay. With that, I'll ask all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll now turn to Chair Kelly Tebay for the report on committee report on student life and culture.
The Student Life and Culture Committee received a presentation on the care and intervention team and discussed civil rights compliance and student representation. This concludes my report. Can we go first next time? We're always last. I want to go first.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chair Tebay as we begin our liaison reports. Oh, did we?
No, it was just a report. There was no action.
There was no action.
Oh, well, then I'll hear the student liaison report. I think we're going to start with RHA with Lauren.
Hi, thank you for having me here. I hope you are doing well. My name is Lauren Pilon, and I'm.
Can you maybe, is your mic on? Is the microphone on?
Sorry.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, I hope the board is doing well. My name is Lauren Pilon, and I'm the president of the Residence Halls Association and the representative for our leadership team. When we last spoke, RHA was getting prepped for the year with training and event planning. After a week of training both new and returning leadership team members, we hit the ground running with recruitment during Welcome Week. We participated in more than 2 weeks of events to help spread the word about our hall governments and RHA recognized caucuses. Our team also worked to boost our social media engagement and marketing for the session. Due to our active recruiting, we were able to hit quorum in our second General Assembly meeting of the session. This is the fastest I've personally seen, and several other leadership team members said the same. Because of this recruitment, RHA has been able to pass a variety of bills. Along with that, RHA has also had the opportunity to host a summit for our constituent groups each semester. Our fall summit happened at the end of September with 80 people in attendance. This is the largest fall attendance we have had. This summit allows us to spread awareness for all of the opportunities our constituents have access to by being a part of RHA. We are hoping this number grows for spring. Now, RHA has currently been focused on updating our governing documents to comply with federal guidelines. We were able to pass an interim constitution, bylaws, and constitutional template for our hall governments and RHA recognized caucuses to use at our most recent General Assembly meeting. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I think, Priyanka, you're next with COGS.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, Chairman Tibay, President Guskowitz, members of the board, members of the MSU community. My name is Priyanka Kothari, and I'm here as the president of Council of Graduate Students, which represents the graduate and professional students here at MSU. I'm pleased to report that COGS has held 3 of its required 4 meetings for the fall semesters, and we have had a robust full council this year, and we are very optimistic with how things are looking up, despite everything that's going on. We at COGS, one of the most important things that we try to do is build community with graduate and professional students here at MSU. And for that, we try to do a lot of social events. Typically, our aim is to do something every week, and we try to take our events out across campuses and across East Lansing community. We started off the year strong with our annual Fall Welcome celebration, which saw a participation of close to 700 graduate and professional students, along with their friends and family. We have included multiple events, including 2 tailgates, various coffee and connections across campus, the Horticulture Garden, Foster's Coffee, Multicultural Center, the Hooked Coffee Shop, which is so beloved in East Lansing, the auditorium building, theater building, Holton Hall. We have planned a tour of the FRIB facility, Impact FMs. We had a paddling event at the Sailing Center, bonfire, and game night. So lots of fun things. And we have great upcoming events, which are always open to all, a night at the Abraham's Planetarium, and something that I'm most excited for, a laser cutting workshop at the Hollander Makerspace. With our social events, we aim to connect graduate and professional students to each other, but also to increase visibility of COGS. Because a lot of graduate and professional students, unfortunately, just live in their own bubbles. We are always open to ideas and collaborations, and we would love to be invited to your space. So that's just a shout out here. Outside of these events, we also have taken various sponsorship opportunities to provide support to student organizations across campuses and student initiatives, which include funding for graduate and professional students to attend the right-winning grants workshop organized by the Office of Research and Innovation in partnership with the graduate school. Furthermore, we are one of the sponsors for the HEAL Sexual Health Conference that's scheduled for January 2026. And we are also now live with a financial webinar for quarterly tax estimate workshops for graduate and professional students. We also look forward to our 18th annual Graduate Academic Conference on February 21st, 2026 at MSU Union. We are now inviting abstracts until January 16th. So please spread the word. Please tell your students or any graduate and professional students that you know. We are also looking for sponsorships, and we are reaching out across communities, so look out for our emails. And this is just a great place for graduate students to present their own research in their own campus. I mean, it doesn't get easier than that. And we really spend a lot of time planning that. Big chunk of our budget goes to providing funding to graduate and professional students outside of these events on a regular basis. So we have a GSO Support Award. This year for the Department of Mechanical Engineering, we have supported 9 GSO events so far, and we have funded 28 graduate and professional students to present their research at various conferences, and also provided funding for about 21 professional students for various professional development activities. While these numbers are promising for the work that we do at COGS, they also there's also an increase in the trends of COGS that we have seen, and more graduate and professional students are reaching out to us for these funding requests. We understand these are probably due to being aggravated by the federal and MSU budget cuts that are happening at the college and department levels. Every graduate and professional student is experiencing the impact of the cuts differently. Faculty cuts and lack of funding options are making every graduate position more competitive. Several programs are in moratorium for accepting new students. These moratoriums are in place to protect graduate students that are already here, but they also come at a cost to existing graduate students because they lose entire cohorts that create barriers to collaboration among cohorts within the programs, and loss of graduate cultures. Much of graduate student learning is peer-to-peer, and mentorship, especially between the master's and PhD students, is highly valued and needed by the community. Additionally, course offerings for non-majors are impacted as departments prioritize funding requirements. This means that students have fewer opportunities to take necessary courses for their research that may have not been found in their own home departments. Last month, COGS was alerted to some essential bioinformatics training courses that were cut in the CMSE department, which made many graduate and professional students nervous who were dependent on these courses. To our latest information, about students in 25 different departments take these courses, and they have no other way to access this opportunity. This brings another long-standing systemic issue at the forefront, which is that students do work across departments and sometimes across colleges to better leverage all the opportunities that MSUs offer us, but it is difficult to navigate when we go from one department to another, and when we don't have enough information or guidance. There is a clear communication gap sometimes that leads to, that comes at the cost of graduate and professional students, and oftentimes different stakeholders we have found do not have enough information to help the graduate students. So therefore, I would really urge to advocate for more transparency in communication, especially at the mid-levels, so that the day-to-day life becomes easier for graduate and professional students. We don't know what we don't know. So a clear communication plan will greatly help improve the graduate and professional student experience here at MSU. And the CSE course removal is like the perfect example for this situation. And furthermore, as various departments and units are rearranging themselves to align with their new realities, it is unfortunate that it also comes at a cost for graduate and professional students, because we have seen a cutting of resources that has been available for their professional development activities, including when they go out to various conferences across the world to present their research, which is an integral part, which makes us most competitive in the job markets and which helps us network to get the job in the first place. MSU is an R1 university, and our graduate and professional students play a really huge role in the success as one. And COGS is saddened by these developments, but we are also determined to continue advocating for more opportunities, more funds and resources to be available to our constituents. But I do want to close by reinstating that this is nothing new. We have been in continued collaboration with different university administration, and I'm very happy to state that we feel seen, we feel heard, and we feel supported, or we feel that at least you're trying to support us. MSU's success lies with our success and vice versa. And we look forward to continuing working together to do the best that we can for graduate and professional students here at MSU. And with that, I conclude. Thank you.
Next, we have Catherine, ASMSU.
Hello, everyone. My name is Catherine, and I'm the president of the Associated Students of MSU. I'm here to report that this semester hasn't been easy for students. Our Council of Racial and Ethnic Students and Council for the Advocacy of Marginalized Students were notified that they will be losing their long-promised university dollars due to federal civil rights compliance, and before that, were targeted and told they had to shift language in their governing documents. Other identity-based groups were targeted when asked to change language as well to comply with new federal directives and interpretations of civil rights law. Our CORES and CAMS groups, who represent diverse communities of students and exist to support and advocate for these communities, have been facing a clear lack of support and funding that was once a given. Our student experience has been directly impacted by the lack of communication in this process and the burdens placed on student leaders that they are not fully equipped to solve. When we have known for months that department language was being shifted, students should not have been told weeks into the school year that this was going to affect them. Proactivity on the university's part to come up with solutions to both funding for CORES and CAMS groups and across-the-board language changes or anti-discrimination policy compliance before students even got to campus would have eliminated the stress and hurt that we have gone through. Once again, our experience as students and as student leaders have been severely impacted by these undue burdens in a very negative way. The university, who claims to be supportive of diverse perspectives in student groups, has a responsibility to actually be supportive in practice. We are all just students who want to have events and support our communities, and we have not been fully able to enjoy the student experience in this way for the past month or so. ASMSU leadership has been working to support CORES and CAMS groups however we can, and we have finally reached a solution to our own funding structure with these groups that should be in place in a couple of weeks. While I understand that a solution with the university and student affairs is at the helm, the harm that took place this semester cannot be undone. Protected identity or not, CORES and CAMS groups are the ones who show consistent commitment and dedication to promote inclusivity and cultural understanding on our campus. And I'm very sad to say that the support and resources that they deserve were not provided this semester. Sorry, one second. And then the next item I would like to report on is that last Thursday, ASMSU passed Resolution 6230 to support student, faculty, and staff members' right to organize, protest, and enjoy First Amendment right protections. This resolution directly references the pending university disciplinary charges against our peer Eli Foltz. Eli was singled out and targeted, which sets a dangerous precedent of silencing student voices. ASMSU advocates for the dropping of all charges against Eli Foltz. Students should not be fearful of retaliation by the university, who should protect students' right to protest on campus. And then finally, I want to speak in support of the College Assistant Migrant Program, which will no longer have a clear avenue of funding at the end of next year. CAMP supports a numerous amount of migrant workers who are individuals of various backgrounds. This program should be supported long-term, and we hope that the university will find a route to do so. And then just to share an upcoming event that ASMSU has, on November 6th, we are hosting an open forum on mental health from 4:30 to 6 p.m. in the Multicultural Center to hear about student experiences with mental health and resources on campus. And I would like to invite anyone that's interested to attend, especially if you are a student. Your perspective matters, and ASMSU is here to advocate for your needs and well-being. And with that, I conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Sarah.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. Thank you, board members, President Guskowitz, peers, and colleagues for being here. This is awesome. So my name is Sarah Feierberg. I have the privilege of serving as chair of University Committee on Student Affairs and the student liaison to the board. I want to begin by thanking you all for this opportunity to represent the student body in a space, or in this space. It's an honor to share updates that reflect the voices, perspectives, and experiences of Michigan State students. Since the start of the semester, the University Committee on Student Affairs has held 2 meetings. We've received updates on important campus initiatives and concerns. There's a lot of change currently going on, and I've heard concerns brought up, the same concerns that Priyanka and Catherine have brought up. So I want to just make sure you all know that these are very important, and it's definitely impacting a lot of students on campus. Also camp, I'd also like to support camp. It's been cut completely, and it's definitely something that we need to continue looking for funding and resources for. So since I'm new to this position, I'd like to go ahead and state some goals I have. My goals are to strengthen collaboration between students and university leadership, ensuring that student voices are not only heard, but meaningfully integrated into policy and decision making. I also hope to continue building awareness and resources for mental health, recovery, and student well-being, as that's a very important topics that I find valuable to campus. Yeah, with that being said, thank you for your time and your continued leadership and the time to just help support students and represent the student body. So yeah, thank you all.
Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to the president real quick.
I want to thank each of you for your report. I want to thank you for your leadership. And I want to be clear that the funding for camp has not been cut entirely, but I want to also take the opportunity to acknowledge and welcome as I realized here, it's also Vice President for Student Affairs Jim Hintz's first Board of Trustees meeting, and we spent so much time together. I feel like you've been here for 6, 8, 10 months. But I want to thank you for all that you've been doing and working with the student leaders to ensure that the support that our students need is in fact there. There are different processes by which those funds will be accessed, as we talked about yesterday. But I want to be clear. We will support these student organizations and groups. And so I hope that as we discussed yesterday, that you will carry that message back to the students of this campus. So, and Jim and VP Hintz, thanks for all that you're doing to assure that that will in fact happen. Thank you.
Great. Next, we will turn it over to the faculty.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Angela Wilson. I'm chair of the Faculty Senate. So it's really hard to believe that we're already at the end of October. The semester at least for the faculty, seems to have passed by very, very quickly. Yesterday, Faculty Senate leaders shared a number of items with the Board of Trustees. Among them were feedback on the Board Stakeholder Summit, a great opportunity for the community to engage with members of the board. We have encouraged, however, even greater engagement in the future and look forward to that. We also discussed resolutions passed in the Faculty Senate. The one I want to highlight today is about the White House Compact for Higher Education. Along with many other universities and faculty senates across the country, the MSU Faculty Senate does not support the White House Compact for Higher Education. While MSU is already doing much of what is already in the compact, not all parts of the compact are agreeable. We do note that there is one university in the country, the New College of Florida, with 94 faculty and 770 students, indicates that they want to be the very first and the only university to sign on. Signing on to the compact promises significant federal resources. It will be interesting to see how this is realized. This Florida college is not a university that is focused on research, and this is often where significant federal dollars are spent at universities, advancing areas such as the work that Sue Rhee mentioned earlier today that impact food to fuels for our communities, nation, and world. The faculty liaisons to the board also indicated concerns about the loss of Title VI funding and the future of area studies programs and the loss of funding for migrant education programs camps at MSU, as the student leaders have already indicated. These programs have such significant impact, and we appreciated the discussion that we had with the board yesterday and the shared concerns and commitments to our students. We also shared our concern about budget reductions. I understand the necessity, and we all feel for those who have lost positions or job titles. MSU is not alone in terms of structural budgets, as many universities are facing them. However, the reductions are just beginning to be understood. We are seeing moratoriums on graduate programs, including no admissions this year to the graduate program in the College of Arts and Letters. As well, very significant trims are occurring to some of our largest graduate programs at MSU. As these trims are made across the programs and university, we need to understand the impact of these trims on our teaching and research missions, our rankings, and our research and research dollars. These are all vital downstream effects that are on the minds of many faculty. We also shared with the board a faculty survey proposed by members of the Faculty Senate, taken about some of the ideas behind revisions, basically behind some of the revisions that are being discussed at MSU, basically the potential pillars of change being considered behind One Team, One Health, basically being created by the One Team, One Health Council and task forces. These include the formation of a One Team, One Health research network, greater connectivity between the College of Human Medicine and the College of Osteopathic Medicine, and the formation of a College of Health with potential names being considered. No work is final. No final recommendations have been made. No decision has been made at this stage by the president. But also areas of concern were brought to the board as well. A new survey has gone out from the One Team, One Health Council this week with more information that we've gathered, and we're reaching out for more feedback from the broad university community. That survey is open till November 14th, and for community members that are listening, I hope that you will provide feedback to that, because all of this information is going to feed back to the recommendations that are made to the president. We appreciate all of the work that is being done and the insight that has been gathered. We appreciate the work that the faculty did in bringing together the survey, and specifically the concerns and interest of the faculty in these initiatives, and look forward to seeing what comes forward in this. I also want to end by providing a couple of highlights of work by our amazing faculty. Of course, many thanks to Sue Rhee for our presentation today and her terrific global efforts. They will indeed have impact. We also want to congratulate a name that is familiar, I think, to all of us, Mona Hanna-Attisha, who continues to have such a significant impact. We wanted to recognize her for the support of RK Kids, a $270 million boost from the state budget to expand across the state. Basically, it's an initiative that she is leading along in partnership with Luke Schaefer from the University of Michigan. And the investment is basically going to provide health and opportunity to about a third of the babies born in Michigan over the next 3 years, supporting expecting and new mothers and their children. And so this is just another way that MSU faculty have tremendous impacts upon our state. We also wanted to acknowledge Bruno Basso, the precision agriculture work in the New York Times. Bruno does such amazing work, and also Nick Haddad's work was also highlighted in there as indicated by the president. And I do finally also want to thank the board for their service and all they do for MSU. And on behalf of my Vice Chair of Faculty Senate, John Arnie Fleschner, John's like, what are you talking about? He wanted to make sure that I acknowledge the cross-country team and wish them the best of luck, because they are an often unrecognized team at MSU. And we wanted to wish them the best in the competition this week at MSU, particularly with teams like right now, particularly competing against teams like Oregon and Washington State and others that are very notorious for amazing cross-country teams. So with that, I turn it back to the president and the board.
Thanks. As a former cross-country runner, not a good one, but those are really fun meets to watch too. People don't know about it, but they're very fun. So exactly. So, is that, I'm going
With
next.
that, I think we'll turn to Chair T-Bay's report.
All right, I'll be brief. I'd like to start by acknowledging the rivalry game last weekend. It may not have ended the way that we all hoped, but I'm proud of the positive atmosphere on campus. Our students and fans showed real sportsmanship, and the event remained safe and respectful throughout. My sincere thanks go to Police Chief Yankowski and the MSU Police Department and Police and Public Safety for their excellent coordination and professionalism. I also want to recognize homecoming weekend earlier this month, which also captures the heart of what it means to be a Spartan. The campus was filled with energy, tradition, and pride. It was wonderful seeing alumni, families, and students celebrating together. And finally, I would like to congratulate the 12 graduates from the past summer who accomplished an enviable feat throughout their time at MSU, earning a perfect GPA. These students are recipients of the Board of Trustees Award, which recognizes and honors their achievement of the highest scholastic average one can receive, a 4-point GPA. Let's give a big round of applause for these students. That's it from me.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Scott.
Thank you. I'll also try to be brief. I want to echo the sentiments that the chair just made concerning homecoming, and I agree, although the outcome was not what we would have hoped. I did appreciate the Spartan spirit that was in full effect and the camaraderie that all of the Spartans shared. I am deeply grateful to MSU Police, East Lansing Police, and the many staff who worked around the clock to ensure that we had a safe weekend last weekend, and to our IPF team for their care of our campus. It's always amazing how quickly they can turn our campus from a tailgating center back into a pristine, beautiful campus. I want to recognize the recent Spartan bus tour that took faculty and administrators across 15 communities in northern Michigan and in the UP. It's a great example of how MSU continues to strengthen our partnerships and share our expertise with communities across the state. I'd also like to acknowledge that MSU was named one of Michigan's best and brightest in wellness for 2025 by the National Association for Business Resources and received the 2025 Elite Best of the Best for a large company of distinction, which is a first for MSU. And this award was bestowed upon us yesterday in Detroit. And so I wanted to acknowledge, we have, I don't know if she's still here. There she is. Okay, so look at what I have. Stand up, please. On behalf of the Health and Wellness, I asked her if she would bring your whole team, anyone that's here from Health and Wellness. Thank you all. I wanted to kind of display, I asked to see these. You didn't tell me how heavy these were. They are like, you can lift weights with these. But this is one of two that they received. I'm gonna set them in front of Trustee Pierce. Hopefully she doesn't try to take them with her. Kidding. But one of two awards that they received yesterday. And I think that we need to give them a round of applause. Dr. Travis and your team, we really appreciate all of the work that you all are doing in the health and wellness space. I don't know if these are going to be put up in your office, but we are very proud of this. And I think when we talked yesterday, you mentioned that you were not expecting to receive the award. And then as they described the institution, you started to think, oh, this sounds like MSU, and realize that it was us that were being bestowed these wonderful awards. So again, thank you all for everything that you do in that space for the university. It's a well-acknowledged reward. So thank you. And I also wanted to say that I'd love one of the water bottles, Dr. Travis, that you gave Trustee Tebay. The president tried to take it when he sat down this morning, and I also admired it. So if you'd like to give any else out from the Health and Wellness Center, I think some of the other board members would love to have it. Lastly, I don't know if this was in anyone else's comments, but I had the opportunity to go to the ribbon cutting for Campbell Hall. And it was a remarkable renovation space. I don't know how many of you had been there, but just wanted to thank the Porteous families and the other distinguished donors that gave of their money to help us with this renovation. It is indeed a beautiful space. I would encourage any of you, if you have not been in Campbell Hall, to go and visit it. It's absolutely fabulous. And lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge our faculty and our students. We hear you, we understand with the budget cuts that have happened that it has really had a down river, if you will, impact on our faculty, and we don't take any of that lightly. I am happy that we are having these discussions so that we can try to thwart some of the impact that you all are feeling. So I just appreciate that you continue to keep us aware of the things that we need to look to, and for our students as well. I think this is a learning lesson for us. You know, none of us could have envisioned what we're going through on the federal level, and some of the mandates that have come down from that, and the changes that have significantly impacted some of the funding for our students. But I think we did learn, and we heard from the president today, that while the mechanisms of the funding may have changed, we are still funding our student organizations. And so bear with us. We're trying to work through this to make sure that you all are adequately supported in your spaces. And I appreciate again that you all continue to bring these things to our attention as a board. And I just wish everyone a wonderful and spooky Halloween weekend. Trustee Tebay didn't think about having us all come in costume. We thought about it this morning. That would have been really fun for the board to come in as various different characters. But we wish you all a wonderful and safe Halloween weekend, and go green.
Thank you very much. much, Vice Chair Scott. Trustee Balo first.
So good to be here again this morning, and a privilege to speak to such an esteemed group. You know, it's Halloween. Have a lot of fun tonight. Be safe. Snickers, Milky Way, Twix, top three, no debate. It's always a fun holiday, but it makes me think about what's to come, right? Like we're on the verge of Thanksgiving, family, Christmas soon after, but don't forget about November 11th, right? November 11th, which we call Veterans Day now, used to be called Armistice Day, right? It was a day to mark the end of the war, to end all wars, which we now call World War I. How far we've come since then, how far we've not come since then. It makes me be very grateful for the sacrifices of the veterans that have come before us and that are serving today. And I'd like to recognize that a point of pride for me personally, I know the whole board and the president, is that Michigan State University has once again been recognized by the Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency with gold level status for the 10th consecutive year. What this means is that institutions that go above and beyond in supporting their student veterans and military affiliated students, those spouses and family members of veterans, are well taken care of here. That means we have dedicated resources, programming, and a strong community serving over 400 student veterans and 200 military affiliated students. Sincere thanks to our Center for Veterans and Military Affiliated Students, Patrick Forstek and his very capable team, who are doing a great job to make sure that those people on campus are taken care of, whether it's VA benefits or other things. And there's been some snafus in getting payments and things like that over this semester, and those things are being worked on thanks to that center. I'd also like to highlight last Friday's event, Alex's Great State Race, which was a really wonderful partnership that brings purpose to MSU and U of M's rivalry. We had ROTC cadets from MSU and the U of M crossing the finish line together for a race that raised money that got scholarships and benefits for students with disabilities. And that says everything about who we are as Spartans. And thanks to the president and the athletic director, who were in far better shape than me, for joining the group as they ran across the finish line. And now, I mentioned November 11th, so 108 years ago, there were Spartans that lost their life fighting for freedom. And there were Spartans that fought in the wars both before that and after. There's a memorial over at the Grove in West Circle that if you happen to wander by, take a gander at it. It's important. I want to say that, I think often about the times that we're in and how the times that we're in are not exactly like the times that are past, but oftentimes they rhyme. And I read a lot of history, and I take comfort in knowing that some of the experiences that people that are long gone had, but that they've written down for us, can be instructive. And I wanted to share one story with you that I hope you take something from. And it's a story that came to me from a dear friend that passed away long ago that was a veteran from the Second World War. And this story was a recollection of an event that happened probably about 1968 during the Vietnam War and all the unrest that happened in this country. And the daughter of this person told me that her father, who was a World War II veteran, was pretty decorated, many medals earned during the Second World War, many friends lost, but he made it back. But nobody ever really makes it back, right? Because you're changed. And one afternoon, she observed him. He was never someone to have his medals out for display. They were in a drawer. And she saw him take those out and put them on the bed and stare at them for probably 10 minutes. Not like stare at them to count them, but to stare at them to ponder them and what they meant. And then she saw him put those away, and he didn't really take them out again. And I asked her years later, what do you think that meant? And she told me that she thought he was wondering, like, was it worth it? Like, was it worth the sacrifice that so many have paid to be in a country at a certain time where you're like, the damn thing's coming apart. Like people are shouting at each other. People don't understand each other. People are shooting each other. And I think that's a question that is, for me, the answer is yes. As hard as it is, it's always worth it, because our experiment in democracy is never finished. I've often told people, when they're slamming on the press and things like that, I said, don't forget, democracy dies in the dark. This room is not the dark. As hard as it gets in here sometimes, it's not the dark. the darker the places on our planet where people will disappear in the night for having a different opinion or be poisoned mysteriously or end up in prison with no due process for the rest of their lives. So as difficult as things get here, I really appreciate the freedom of speech. The academic freedom is a corollary to that we celebrate here on campus, and the ability to hear each other and talk about things that are uncomfortable, but that need to be talked about. And I want to say that we're all stakeholders in that, and that we should all be proud of that, again, as difficult as it is. And I'll kind of close by saying I'm looking forward to hearing all of the people that are here to speak to us today. This is a good place for that. I think the boundaries are push and pull of what does free speech mean to many, and people have different opinions of that. But clearly, this is a place that is very, very appropriate as we try to figure this out. And I just want to close by saying, let's all turn the temperature down a little bit across the country and be examples for our peers. We're in another place in our country where people are getting shot at. Politicians are having attempts on their lives. Young activists are being assassinated, both, certainly the left and the right. I myself attended a candlelight vigil here for the young conservative activist, Charlie Kirk. A lot of people take issue with his opinions, but I attended to be supportive of free speech and the fact that we need to stand against political violence of all sorts. Whatever their party, whatever their affiliation, I would stand in support of people that stand against that. And I think that as we go forward here at Michigan State in this semester and in the year, we all need to look at each other and find the 80 or 90% in common that we have, because it was the great poet, I think, Maya Angelou, who said, we are much more alike than we are unalike. And I'd like to keep that in mind as we go forward. I so appreciate all of you in the room here today, and I look forward to hearing everything that you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Balo. Trustee Kaneki Jefferson.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just want to, again, extend a welcome to our new Provost, Laura Lee. Thank you for being here. JBAT is obviously off already taking care of things. We said he was hitting the ground running, but I'm grateful to have him join us. And Jim Hens, thank you for joining our one team. And I am so grateful to you, our president, Kevin, for bringing them on. I think they're all here because of you. We're all here because of you. And I look forward, and I'm very grateful to all of my colleagues on this board to our continued work together under your leadership.
Thank you, Trustee Kaneki Jefferson. Trustee Vassar.
Good morning. 3 staff writers at the State News were named the 2024 Student Journalism winner by the National Education Writers Association. MSU Journalism seniors Alex Walters, Owen McCarthy. Is Siri talking to me? What's she saying? Do I need to pay attention? Oh, okay, you're good? Okay. Theo Shear. I just wondered if she had something else. You okay? I don't know where Siri is, but I'm good? Okay. Oh, now. Siri messed me up. Okay. Inside, their project was honored inside the Nassar documents. The judges said the reporters created the fullest account to date of Michigan State University's response to the Larry Nassar scandal. He said, my hat is off to these students for quickly organizing an effort to comb through a huge trove of documents that were released in a way that officials would hope would make it so hard to search and read that it would stay out of public view. And the reporters worked quickly amid their usual classes and other work to get a series of impactful articles out. This is the second year the association has named a college winner. The State News also won the first year's award, as Walters won for his coverage of Title IX at MSU. I'm grateful. Sometimes journalism can be lazy, I've learned, not necessarily trying to ferret out the truth, taking, one source stories and running with them. This was hard work. Having gone through those documents myself, it was very difficult, arduous work. And I'm grateful because I personally wanted those documents released and took a lot of time and hits to get that done. So I'm grateful that someone actually went through them with journalistic integrity, and that Michigan State and State News are honored for that. So thank you, you three. Appreciate this. Inside the NASA documents also earned first place in the Regional Society of Professional Journalists contest and first place for news writing in a quarterly associate collegiate press competition. I would just like to give them a round of applause. I don't even know if they're still here. Theo. Oh, you are. Owen. You don't want to stand. Alex. No, no standing. Okay. Okay. And I also want to highlight how Michigan State University observed Disability Pride Month, recognizing the achievements, experiences, and contributions of people with disabilities. The university shifted the observance to October so more students and staff could engage and offered events like a virtual disability summit, an adaptive sports day, and accessibility-focused workshops. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of the Resource Center for Persons with Disabilities, University Health and Wellbeing, Accessibilities, and other partners for creating a more inclusive campus environment where disability identity is visible and valued. I also want to commend the launch of MSU's new Office for Civil Rights Data Dashboard, a first of its kind tool in higher education. It offers transparent, accessible insights into how the university addresses discrimination, accessibility, and prevention efforts. I do know that the BSA called for this for the last 3 years. And so I want to say that I thank VP Ruggless, who continues to impress me. She just demonstrates consummate integrity, exemplary transparency, and unwavering accountability. Accountability is not popular, and so I admire you and your leadership. I think she's still here. I can't see. Okay, I can. You know how these Thank you for your continuous improvement in civil rights. Today, I was trying to choose between which earrings, my dad or my mom. My dad is a veteran, and he looks very handsome in his earring that has him in full uniform. But I chose my mom. My dad was a soldier, but my mother was a warrior. And sometimes my mother would explain to me that it's not always popular to hold people accountable. It's certainly not always popular to go against the grain. But she demonstrated that to me. She didn't tell me all the time. She showed it in her life. And I've been told by a previous president that, oh, Rima, if you would just smile more and if you would just give more compliments, and you would be, better received. And I thought, I wasn't a cheerleader in school. I played ball, kickball, flag football, sometimes touch. I didn't cheerlead. I wasn't a mascot. That's not who I am. I do like to have fun. I like to celebrate, but I'm not always going to be the person who brings the good tidings of joy and happiness. I'm just not that person. And I know that makes me unpopular sometimes, but in the spirit of my mother, I was raised this way. I woke up this morning this way. It's going to be the same way tomorrow. So I don't apologize. I want to tell you, on Tuesday, I had the privilege of witnessing something powerful. Middle and high school students from Detroit presented education policy recommendations directly to mayoral, city council, gubernatorial candidates, elected officials. The policy summit, people like DeLauren, Brandon, Hayden, Alexis, Peyton, they didn't just complain about the policies that were affecting their lives. They conducted research, analyzed data, and proposed alternatives. They did this work over 6 weeks, and they did it with someone from here. Jordan Roebuck was a BSA leader a couple of years ago. He's now at Michigan. Oh, he's at DC. I want to make sure I get his title correct. Development Associate and Advocate for CBCF, and he's a JMC alumnus. He flew every week for 6 weeks from DC to work with these kids. This is what MSU can produce when you have people who are checked in, doing the hard work of community engagement, right? These students understood what we sometimes forget. You can't say our students, our children are the future if you won't let it write, you won't let us write it for ourselves. That was one of the quotes that they said, which brings me to what I've witnessed over the past year. In February, federal courts blocked enforcement of executive orders targeting diversity programs. Yet, we have continued dismantling our equity infrastructure as if those orders carried legal force. But what troubles me most, we began this work before the orders could possibly be enforced. In October 2024, before the election, we stripped CORES of its departmental status, removed office space and advising support from an organization, fought for this since 1990. We've told students these changes are required by state and federal anti-discrimination laws, yet we cannot cite which statutes require us to ban phrases like underrepresented or historically marginalized. We presented policy choices as legal requirements, and the timing. Even as we dismantle support systems, our students face escalating racial violence. The Black Students Alliance had to launch Hate Has a Home Here because our initiative rang hollow. CORES groups that once accessed $100,000 now compete for $4,500. Those Detroit students on Tuesday showed what shared governance actually looks like. They weren't asking for permission to have opinions. They were demanding their rightful place in decisions that affect their lives. Perhaps we should have done more of the same here. I heard the students yesterday talk about how this came like a rug being pulled from underneath them. They just had no idea. Well, if you are inviting students into the process of policymaking, then there's no surprises. You arrive to the conclusions together. We should have asked, what do you need? How can we navigate this political moment together? What would genuine partnership look like? Instead, we made decisions about them, for them, but not with them. The question before us isn't whether we'll face federal enforcement. Courts have answered that. The question is whether we believe in shared governance or whether we only extend that principle to those who already hold power or whose opinions you believe in. Our students are watching. Now they know exactly where we stand. We owe them and ourselves better than this. Go green.
Thank you, Trustee Vasa. Trustee Deno.
Thanks. So I'd first like to give a shout out to radio station WKAR for winning 8 regional Emmys. It's a great accomplishment by a great radio station, and I'm sorry for everything the radio station has had to go through with these cuts. I want to recognize the, I guess, pain, for lack of a better word, pain that BSA, CORES, and CAMS is going through right now. I tried to study the history of students of color here at MSU, and next book up is Dean Perro, Deg Bovey's book. So I have really been trying to figure it out, and I know I assume it's been very difficult what you're going through. You know, our students of color have fought to be recognized by this university. Our students of color have fought to have a safe place on this campus. You know, and you fought to get your funding, which is a really big deal. And I assume you feel that is all being completely taken away from you, and you're back to square one. And so I'm just sorry about that. I'm sorry for everything you're going through. I'd like to try to work with you and hear from you. I'm always try to be available and accessible to our students. And then finally, I just, you know, again, would like to thank law enforcement for all you do in our communities every day. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Deno. Trustee Bayhawk-Cook.
I want to acknowledge the recent investiture and state of the university where we celebrated our amazing faculty and where President Guskowitz highlighted the incredible progress happening across MSU. It was inspiring to see our shared work in research, student success, and community partnership, and how it's shaping a bold future for the university. Thanks to the team that organized the event, which was flawless, and we're now preparing for our upcoming winter and spring commencements. Their thoughtful planning helps create moments that truly reflect the pride and spirit of Michigan State University, and early congrats to those graduates who will be walking across the stage in December. I also wanted to take a moment to congratulate this year's winners of the MSU Grant Awards that President Guskowitz referenced in his remarks earlier. These are our alumni who represent the very best of Spartan achievement and impact. Among them are Darius Adamachik, Dean Falk, Linda Hubbard, Nancy Colley Brandsetter, Todd Pentagore, who are all honored with the Distinguished Alumni Award, and then Essence Wilson, who it turns out my husband knows her husband from Flint, so the world's small. Rex and Sue Smith, they were all three of them recipients of the Alumni Service Award. Jeremy Orr and Lucas Van Etten recognized with the Young Alumni Award, and as been mentioned earlier, Mike and Mary Lemuck, who received the Philanthropist Award and whose generosity is that $10 million gift to the Any Center. We heard a quote in the video of the Spartan Tour, how important an MSU graduate is. These 10 people really, really represent that in the ways that they have been giving back to their community. So kudos to them. I also wanted just to take a moment with the looming food insecurity I think many of our folks on campus will be feeling with the temporary loss of SNAP benefits. I want to thank the state news, our student affairs, the University Health and Wellness being and the Spartan Food Security Council for the efforts they have been making to let folks know if they are facing food insecurity, there are resources on campus. We do not want students dropping out of school because they can't access food. And so that's been taken care of. If you need to learn more, please contact University Health and Wellbeing or read that article in the state news. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cook. That concludes trustee comments, and now President moves us on to public participation on other items. We'll now proceed to that portion of the meeting. Each individual who is signed up to speak will have 3 minutes to address the board. You will hear a buzzer at the 30-second mark, and again when your time has concluded. Given the number of speakers today, we ask that you do not exceed your allotted time. Note that persons scheduled to speak may not cede all or part of their time to other individuals or read statements on behalf of others. We will now hear from Shawnee Vickery, followed by Nikesha Phillips. Shawnee, are you with us? Okay. Our next speaker is Nikesha Phillips. Nikesha, are you with us? Good morning. Good morning. And our next speaker is Daniel Bressi via Zoom. So Nikesha, yep, you're ready to go. Yep, whenever.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep,
right.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Right. Greetings. My name is Nikesha Phillips, and I am here on behalf of the Black Students Alliance as its Political Affairs Director. Just some preliminary information for you guys. Since 1967, the Black Students Alliance has served as one of the most enduring student voices on this campus, a voice born from necessity, rooted in advocacy, and strengthened through decades of resistance to systemic exclusion. The space we occupy today, the chorus groups, and the cultural center are not gifts. They are a result of struggle, of organizing, and students who demanded that Michigan State University live up to its promise of equity. Today, that promise feels like it's being broken. In light of recent changes to DEIB language and structure, and with the board now moving to remove diversity from Vice President Jabbar Bennett's title, I must be honest, this is not progress, it is regression, and it sends the message to every marginalized student that our belonging here is conditional, that the university's commitment to justice is negotiable, and that when federal pressure arises, the first thing to be sacrificed is the very work that makes MSU a safe space for us all. For weeks now, our organization amongst corps and CAMs have been told that identity-affirming language in our Constitution that defines who we are and why we exist must be removed in order to remain compliant. We have been told our funding is suspended and that we must wait for an undefined new source of funding. No documents, no timelines, no transparencies. Despite all of this, the president has not met with us directly. While other student leaders were invited to share their perspectives at a dinner with the administration, BSA was not among them. When we requested a meeting, we were told to wait until November to speak not to the president himself, but to his subordinates. So I asked this board, how can a university claim to value diversity when its own Black students are excluded from conversations that determine their existence? How can you measure equity when the various groups that ensure representation have been stripped of their ability to represent? And how can we talk about belonging when students must erase their identities to stay recognized? Michigan State University stands at a crossroads. You can choose compliance or you can choose courage. You can be the board that defended diversity or the one that dismantled it in silence. We, the Black Students Alliance, are not asking for special treatment. We are demanding accountability. We are asking this board to stand firm in its moral responsibility to respect the spaces, the language, and the people that define this university's progress. Because if you remove diversity from leadership, if you dilute inclusion to appease compliance.
No, keep going.
Oh.
Sorry, that's the
I was really good.
No, you're fine.
If you dilute inclusion to appease compliance, you are telling every Black, brown, queer, and marginalized student that their safety and visibility are negotiable, and that we cannot and will not accept. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Daniel Bressi, appearing via Zoom, and then Isabella Tillotson. Daniel, are you with us via Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Daniel, good morning, and please begin your comments.
Sorry, sorry about that. I was trying to get my video feed up. Sorry if you guys can't see me. Yes, I just wanted to address the board. First, I want to actually indicate that this is a very good board of trustees. I've actually been a part of quite a few investigations across a breadth of different consumer protection matters, stuff like that. And this board of trustees really does care about this institution. It's evident in this meeting here. I'm raising this concern to the board just by virtue of the fact that complaints have been forwarded to OARC about the College of Osteopathic Medicine stealing money from applicants for secondary applications and having taken 7 months to propose a conclusion to it. The contents of that investigation, of which have not been disclosed to anybody. And so I wanted to just press the board and remind them that they do have ultimate oversight over this institution. And I do ask that they support full transparency and disclosure regarding the College of Osteopathic Medicine secondary application sales. And I just want to remind the board as more and more litigation begins, especially after Students v. Harvard and Students v. UNC, institutions like MSU are going to face more litigation down the road from other applicants. And if it's continuing its process of selling secondary applications to everybody, but not actually reviewing the contents of that, it's eventually going to get found in future litigation. So I do ask that the board take the concerns rather seriously and push for full disclosure of the OARC complaint. That is all for mine.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Isabella Tillotson, followed by Elisa Hakeem. Isabella, are you with us? Okay. Our next speaker is Elisa Hakeem, followed by Carrie Grishaber. Lisa, good morning.
I graduated from MSU in 2024.
I was active on campus, winning research awards, mentoring others, and taking on student leadership positions. One of these positions was Vice President of Academic Affairs at ASMSU my senior year, at least until I resigned after other students discriminated against me for my Arab and Muslim backgrounds and retaliated against me for my anti-genocide beliefs. At some point, I was even threatened by a former member of the Israeli Defense Forces during an ASMSU meeting where administrators were present and did nothing to protect me as a student. After I graduated, I took a gap year and traveled to Lebanon. The genocide in Palestine was ongoing and Israeli threats to inflict the same violence in Lebanon grew, but I knew I had to go before continuing my education. I had cousins that I hadn't even met. I had a 112-year-old great-great-great-grandmother that I worried about constantly. I hadn't seen my grandparents, aunts, uncles. Sorry, could you pause the time, please? Could you please pause the time just for a second?
No, Lisa, the timer has to keep going to be
Okay. I hadn't seen my relatives in years. We reunited and had beautiful memories until the day I was supposed to come back to America and got bombed by Israel. Me? Me, my grandma, 3 aunts, and 3 cousins went shopping that day. And I will never forget the way the ground shook underneath me as an Israeli bomb hit a block away. I will never forget the smoke that filled the room or hearing my grandma's screams or watching one of my aunts crying, worried about her mom, while her 2 8-year-old sons tried to console her, not knowing what was going on. I won't forget holding my 12-year-old cousins whilst we cried into each other's arms as she called out for her dad who wasn't even there, hoping that he would hear her and somehow save her. I won't forget the debates of whether we should stay or go, not knowing if Israel would drop another bomb, maybe on people as they fled or on people as they waited it out. And I won't forget calling my family in America, telling them I loved them, not knowing if I would see them again. Once we fled and were safe, Eli was the only person that helped me when my leasing company in East Lansing wouldn't extend my date. And now I'm back here not knowing how you guys would have reacted if I had died, if my name would be misspelled on a plaque on a tree like Tariq Thabit's, or if you would acknowledge my blood on your hands. Divest now.
Thank you, Elisa. Our next speaker is Carrie Grishaber, followed by Drew Nahart. Carrie, are you with us? Good morning.
Good morning, President Guskowitz and board. My name is Carrie Grishaber, and I am here with my colleagues representing the members of Extension United Local 1855. I am also one of the finance and homeownership educators who brings MSU's mission to life across the state. My professional focus is teaching Michigan families how to build stability, how to budget, how to save for a home, and how to plan for a solid future. In my work, I see the price of instability. For MSU, that price is high turnover. When our compensation falls behind the cost of living and market rates, our skilled professionals leave. This forces the university into a continuous costly cycle of recruitment, training, and program disruption. It costs the university far more to maintain this instability than it would to sign the fair, competitive contract that we're demanding. Through many individual and community conversations with our members, I have heard the same message over and over, loud and clear. We are not making enough money to sustain for long. In the wake of stagnant wages and rising costs of living, our colleagues are holding out hope for a fair contract, but are weighing the heartbreaking decision to leave their beloved community work at MSU Extension for other jobs before the economy moves on without them. When you invest in us, you are making a direct investment into the economic resilience of every community we serve. You are protecting the integrity and reach of the MSU brand in every county by retaining the best talent in the state. I guarantee there is no better marketing campaign than a successful MSU Extension program. We are the face of MSU in the community. We are the Spartan Bus Tour. every single day when we show up in our community centers, our schools, and farms across the state. Michiganders notice when we are there, but even more so when we are not. I assure you, Extension is united, and our demand for competitive wages, benefits that support our families, and respect for our expertise is not an opening position. It is a necessity to continue being the community-facing branch of MSU. We urge you, as the fiduciary leaders entrusted with the long-term success of this great institution, to instruct your administrators to finalize a contract that stops the bleeding of talent and ensures the financial stability of the educators who proudly represent you across the state. Our union's presence here today is proof of our determination. The last time we came together before you, we were fighting for recognition. When your administrators did not recognize your neutrality resolution, we went about it the hard way and we won that fight. We are more united than ever and we demand a fair contract because we know the true value of MSU Extension workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Drew Nahart, followed by Peyton Squires. Drew, are you with us? Peyton Squires, followed by Olivier Stroud. Peyton, good morning.
Good morning. Hello, I'm Peyton Squires. I'm an out-of-state honors college student here. However, I bleed green and white. My grandparents met here, and my grandfather is a large donor and proud alum. In fact, he likes to recite the story of how he took a prize turkey for a joyride as a senior prank. That is why I'm here today. At a university that prides itself on its students and alumni, it seems insane MSU would harm the safety and well-being of their own students. Tariq Thabit was a human above everything else. He had a wife, a child, and strove for them above everything else. He was considered a tech whiz and beyond compassionate and warm by his peers. Tariq was a member of the selective Hubert H. Humphrey Fellowship here. During his tenure, he fought to uphold small businesses in Gaza. However, little did he know his return to Gaza after would be his last. Since 2018, Michigan State University directly invested in General Dynamics and it additionally invested $96.8 billion in BlackRock strategic funds that greatly increased its ownership within General Dynamics. Over 2020 and to 2023, the majority of General Dynamics investments went into backlog and military contracts. In 2023, a shipment of thousands of Mk-84 2,000-pound bombs were shipped to the IDF from General Dynamics. On October 29th, one of those bombs hit a residential neighborhood, killing Tariq and 15 members of his family. 2 years ago, on this very night, his death was confirmed. In the institution he served, he gave his education to won't even recognize his name. Consciously or unconsciously, MSU helped to finance his death and at the bare minimum, finance the institutions involved. Despite holding an aspect of responsibility on one of their own students' death, Michigan State refuses to even say his name. And while there should have been vigil speeches and scholarships in his honors, he got a plaque with his name spelled wrong. We, the students, carry on this honor, never letting this entrepreneur and accomplished businessman, a father, a husband, another student's voice pass in silence. We're calling for the board to recognize him and carry on his legacy by showing support for Arab students in his name. They need to reopen the Council of Graduate Students proposal for student safety after Tariq's death that passed with 30 out of the 38 votes. Listen to us. MSU needs to do the right thing to divest and drop the charges on Eli. If not for us, then for a fellow student who won't go silently.
Thank you, Peyton. Our next speaker is Olivier Stroud, followed by Zanab Zokat. Olivier, are you with us? Our next speaker is Zanab Zokat, followed by Adrian Sleer. Zanab, are you here? Good morning.
Morning. Give me 1 second. Hey, good morning, trustees. I'm speaking as a concerned MSU student in my second year pursuing an environmental engineering degree. My program can be steeped in ideas of progress and sustainability, but it is hard to believe MSU truly holds those values when I see repeated instances
of injustice permeating this campus at a systemic level. I find it abhorrent that our university, supposedly a bastion of intellectual discourse and free speech, would press charges against the student and worker Eli Foltz for speaking up against unethical investments. MSU has millions invested in weapons manufacturers such as Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and the BlackRock Emerging Companies Fund. MSU has turned a blind eye to calls for justice in a time when we are seeing documented war crimes carried out by Israel against unprotected schools, UN centers, and hospitals in Gaza, with proof of weapons from the formerly listed companies being used in the attacks. In recent months, that refusal has turned into active suppression of activist voices in a time where free speech of students especially is under attack. MSU went as far as pressing charges against Foltz, threatening his degree. MSU student research programs have made an active investigation into the merits of sustainable investment. This method of investment means investors create portfolios with goals of progress in mind, keeping a diligent eye on the ethics of their investees. MSU, on the other hand, is not only complacent, but actively violent in its finances, holding money for weapons companies, money that could have been invested into bettering the community. Rather than engaging in arrests, scare tactics, and silencing against peaceful protesters, MSU needs to do the work to be a truly authentic educational force, one that puts its students and its mission over profits. I sincerely urge you to drop the charges against Eli Foltz and divest from weapons manufacturers and the State of Israel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Sleer, followed by Josie Callender. Adrian, good morning.
Morning. Morning, members of the board, President Guskowitz. My name is Adrian. I recently graduated from MSU with an IDS degree. I'm here this morning to defend the right of students and consequently all people to speak freely on campus. Free speech is, of course, what members of the Huria Coalition, including Eli Foltz, engaged in on the afternoon of August 24th when they protested nonviolently, as they have been doing for over 2 years, MSU's continued complicity in the genocide, colonization, and apartheid of the indigenous Palestinian people perpetrated by Israel. But Eli and Eli alone is now being punished for speaking freely in the form of disciplinary charges filed by one of the dozen police officers who swarmed to shelter the president from the threat of a well-informed student body who knows their rights and speaks up for the oppressed. The action taken by DPPS sets a dangerous precedent, representing a weaponization of this disciplinary process against the current student, university employee, and prospective graduate. I was at the impact stage that afternoon, independent of the Huria Coalition. The students engaged in protest chants at times and were otherwise respectful of the event. Board meetings take place just once or twice a semester, so students must take advantage of rare opportunities to influence key decision makers. I can assure everyone that while Eli is now under threat of prosecution, the president was never in any danger, nor has he ever been in any danger due to the peaceful actions of the Huria Coalition. This attempt to punish dissent is a symptom of our current moment. The American experiment has reached a pivotal point. Everyone here today understands this. It is becoming increasingly risky to speak truth to power, indeed, to speak truth at all. The threat comes not from student bodies who oppose the erasure of an ethnic group, but from thugs in high places. I must agree with Trustee Vassar. There is a lack of courage in leadership. The American university has stood as a bastion of free speech for centuries. I urge you, President Guskowitz, to preserve this tradition in the ugly face of fascism. Too many institutions have already caved. President Guskowitz, this is your chance to take a stand. Don't resort to threats and intimidation, the scornful tactics of lesser institutions. Instead, set our university apart by upholding the constitutional rights of your students. I urge you to encourage DPPS Lieutenant Brandman to drop the charges against Eli Foltz. Members of the board, find your morality, your empathy, your humanity. Cease MSU's complicity in genocide. You want Spartans to be proud of their alma mater, but if such pride is unconditional, it is paltry and meaningless. My fellow Spartans and I want to feel a pride that is meaningful. Show us something we can be proud of. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Thank you, Adrian. Our next speaker is Josie Callender, followed by Maria Nestorovich. Josie, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, evenings, or members of the board. My name is Josie, and I'm a junior at Michigan State studying political theory and constitutional democracy, as well as environmental economics and management. I am here today as an environmentalist concerned with ecocide in Palestine and MSU's involvement in it through investments, suppression of free speech, and general refusal to condemn the state of Israel and genocide. The independent expert panel for the legal definition of ecocide defines ecocide as unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. To call what is happening in Gaza anything less than an ecocide would be a horrific understatement. I trust that you are aware of the genocide in Gaza, so I will spend no time on proving that point. Instead, I'll make you aware of the destruction of the environment and ecology in Gaza and how my tuition dollars and everyone else's tuition dollars are unjustly funding these acts. To do so, I've come prepared with graphics to show you how the land has been destroyed over the past few decades and even more so over the past 2 years. Please take out the graphics I have provided and look them over closely. I believe you have gotten those or received those prior to this, trustees?
Might be in your packet. Yeah.
Yes, it's a picture of Palestine. Yes. Do we have those here to look at? No?
In the packet. Portal.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So if you recall, that land showed satellite images of Gaza in 2023 compared to 2025. The red area shows the damage of the majority of the populated land in Gaza. In 2023, that land was not severely damaged, quite minimal. Still bad, but minimal. Now it is majority damaged. The second graphic shows the same damage in more detail, specifically the loss of trees and agricultural lands. This is textbook ecocide. Israel unjustly bombs Palestine, knowing that each bomb expands the territory of ecological degradation. The recent UN report stated that over 200,000 tons of explosives had been dropped, leaving Gaza an open minefield. There is no land for food, no land to sequester carbon, filter air, or provide any of the 4 ecosystem services that I spend my classes learning about. We all have the privilege of living on a green campus, and we cannot deny the utility of nature. By sending my tuition dollars to weapons manufacturers and the state of Israel, MSU is forcing me to actively fund the destruction of land. President Guskowitz, you are one of MSU's 9 decision makers, along with 8 trustees, with the power to end the university's investment in the genocide in Gaza. I urge you to divest from all businesses and projects related in any way to the state of Israel and the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Furthermore, President Guskowitz, I urge you to protect students' right to protest and do the right thing and encourage Lieutenant Brandman of DPPS, the filing officer, to drop the charges against Eli. Thank you for your time and free Palestine.
Thank you, Josie. Our next speaker is Maria Nesterovich, followed by Dylan Robran. Maria, are you with us? Good morning.
My name is Maria Nesterovich, and I'm a first-year student at James Madison College. During my recent college selection process, MSU has advertised itself as a university that is focused on progress and caring for its students. But I am saddened to say that Michigan State University hasn't been living up to its name, and it's failing many of its students day by day. Perhaps that is due to a board being unaware of the problems going on, but if that is true, the board must act now, as plausible ignorance is no longer an option. During new student recruitment, MSU's representatives have talked extensively about the institution's history of activism, so I will share some of those gems with you today. In 1972, it established one of the nation's first research centers for students with disabilities, the one we know as RCPD today. In 2009, it was recognized by the U.S. News as being among the best national universities for diversity. And of course, it was the first university of the United States to divest from companies operating in apartheid South Africa. That is quite a legacy. However, I'm no longer a prospective student, and I'm a part of this institution, and thus I'm faced with all of its shortcomings. I speak on behalf of my fellow disabled students of MSU when I say that the aforementioned Research Center for Students with Disabilities is comically inaccessible. In the few short months I've spent here, I've only known the RCPD to be underfunded and unreachable. The university lost its last specialist in physical disabilities and accessibility over the summer and has made no fruitful effort to replace them. The specialists left at MSU are overworked and unorganized, and it's nearly impossible to reach them. You mentioned you're proud of the event's host for Disability Pride Month, but I would wager most students on this campus would agree with me that we would rather have those funds invested in an accessible campus, when it doesn't require disabled students to have to hunt down their specialists to talk to them. And yet, disabled students are far from the only vulnerable community MSU has let down. As the funding cuts for identity-based student organizations are already being addressed, I will only speak on them shortly. Demands for them to erase all signs of identity-related language are unacceptable and a sign of the university giving up its fight for marginalized students. when those exact marginalized students are who need the university's attention and protection the most. Finally, one of the most egregious violations of MSU's promise to care for students is the case of Tariq Tabet, one of our very own who was killed 2 years ago alongside 15 family members due to the genocide Michigan State University is currently funding in Gaza. In Gaza, where Israel just a couple hours ago today wheeled in 30 dead Palestinians, including a family of 13, their bodies covered in signs of torture. And if that or the thousands of deaths of fellow human beings somehow aren't enough for the board to feel motivated to take action, finally divest from Israel, perhaps the death of a fellow Spartan should be. As a student that pays tuition to Michigan State University, I believe I'm too aiding in its choices, and I believe in collective responsibility. So I can do my part as a student to come here and tell you about all the issues that are going on, but it's now on each one of you to actually take action and make sure something happens afterwards. A good first step would be dropping the charges against Eli Foltz, a student whose First Amendment right is under attack. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maria. Our next speaker is Dylan Robran, followed by Marceline Jones. Dylan, good morning.
Morning. Thank you. My name is Dylan Robran. I'm a sophomore at Michigan State University studying anthropology. I'm here to discuss some of my concerns about MSU's investments, specifically how some of our benefactors and beneficiaries detrimentally affect the public. The benefactors and beneficiaries I'm referring to are weapons manufacturers and country/slash organizations that are participating in human rights abuses. I hope that you will listen to my argument and divest from these actors. As a preface, I would like to discuss the purpose of public universities, although I'm sure you all know that very well. The goal of universities is to better society by advancing knowledge in various fields and using that knowledge to reform social institutions to improve people's well-being. Hence, anything that we as a university do should aim to positively impact the public, and any action that negatively impacts the public would be antithetical to our purpose. MSU is currently invested in and receiving money from various weapons manufacturers and organizations that contribute to violence, like Lockheed Martin and the State of Israel. I will not lie and imply that I'm an investment expert who fully understands the financial purposes behind all of MSU's investments. That is the expertise of the investment overseers. However, I do understand the real-life consequences of these investments and how they can contradict the impact MSU is supposed to have on the public. Investment into Lockheed Martin supports the manufacture and selling of weapons that harm the public, like the bomb that was used to kill 40 children and 11 adults in the 2018 Yemen bus bombing. Investment into the State of Israel supports their blockade of the Gaza Strip, which prevents civilians from getting access to food, water, and electricity. It supports their deaths due to that lack of access. Even though these investments are made to help finance educational research, which is a public good, when that research is financed in part by human suffering, we cease to have the positive impact we strive to have. Our goals are overshadowed by the impacts of our investments. I hope that my speech today will help you realize that in order to remain a university and hence a public good, we need to divest from actors that negatively impact the public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dylan. Our next speaker is Marceline Jones, followed by Sadai Calderon. Marceline, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, trustees and President Guskowitz. My name is Marceline Jones, and I use they, them pronouns. I am a second-year transfer studying comparative cultures and politics and communications, and I am also with the Hurriya Coalition. I am here today to call for our administration to provide protection for all students and faculty here at MSU. When I first arrived at MSU, I felt pushed aside as someone who is multiracial and trans. For over a year, it's been hard for me to go to class or to travel alone on campus as there is such strong hate and racism. In my first week of coming to MSU, I was alone decorating in my room, and I began to hear monkey noises outside. I look at my peephole and I see 3 white women imitating the actions of a monkey in front of my door. I was afraid to say anything and I cried on the phone with my family later. I made a report about this incident and heard crickets. On Indigenous Peoples Day in 2024, on October 14th, and in 2025, October 13th, I saw the repainting of the rock for Indigenous Peoples Day, from beautiful art for remembrance and love to erasure with hateful language against Indigenous peoples. Both years, the university did not release a statement to everyone affected by these incidents, and the organizations who perpetrated this hate have not yet been held accountable for their actions. Me and my friends are scared to go across campus as there is ICE lurking near in Okemos and Meridian, which is literally 5 minutes walking from East Lansing. On October 9th, there was a suspected sighting near Erickson Hall. Personally, since the increase of ICE raids, I have had friends detained, and every day I fear for my family and for myself. The university did not release an accessible statement to everyone, nor provide resources to us. In the 2024 to 2025 academic year, MSU prided itself in having the largest enrollment for undergraduate students and increasing access to education. My questions to you, board, and to President Guskowitz is how can you pride yourself while there are students who are scared to walk on this campus and to be themselves without being harassed by racists and by ICE? I call on you, MSU admin, to divest from the state of Israel and to invest back into the safety of our communities and to listen to our voices. Give us the resources we need to succeed. This starts with you, President Guskowitz, by dropping all the charges against Eli Foltz and working close with CORES and CAMS groups, Hadia and SJP, as these are some of the many organizations on campus fighting for advocacy and support in this community. If we can't freely express ourselves, and if you are attempting to silence us for questioning your integrity, do you truly care for the students of this university? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sadaya Calderon, followed by Cade Limoges. Good morning.
Good morning, trustees and President Guskowitz. My name is Sarai Calderon. I'm a student here at MSU in my sophomore year. I'm here to address the Board of Trustees and about their failure of protection on this campus when it comes to students. Recently, there have been rumors about ICE raids happening on campus, specifically at Erickson Hall. Now, the university did address the issue, but seemed to lack showing support of our Hispanic students and making them feel safe. Now, as a proud Hispanic student, being the first to attend university in my family, I feel that I'm not supported on this campus. There are many others who I've talked to that feel like they need to be careful with where they're going on campus because they have to watch their bags just in case ICE comes and confronts them. Me and my brothers, my sisters, and others shouldn't feel threatened on this campus when we are here to get our education and have a better future for ourselves and family. The failure of protection for our students is not only happening to Hispanic students, but it's also failing our Native American students for 2 consecutive years on Indigenous Peoples Day and not providing resources or submitting a statement regarding the repainting of the rock with hateful language by Turning Point USA and college Republicans. Kevin, as someone who's fairly vocal on how seeing this university as a big community on social media, your PR person's doing a great job living out these issues. There are countless other situations that have been swept under the rug and never brought up to light. We are tired of it. One recent situation was very alarming, was Ellie Foltz, sorry. A student worker and a well-known Huria member who is beloved strongly by many communities on this campus, who had recently engaged in protesting peacefully, leading to the disciplinary charges against him. President Guskowitz and the trustees, you have the power to protect students on this campus instead of believing that we are the threat and ignoring us. I urge you to drop the charges against Eli and start listening to your students and community on campus, since we know firsthand how much it takes to make this university feel safe for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cade Limoges, followed by Vincent Delgado. Cade, are you with us? Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Cade, and I'm a junior at Michigan State University, majoring in actuarial science. I've come today to express my disappointment in the university for pursuing disciplinary action against a student and employee, Eli Foltz. Last month, an MSU police officer filed disciplinary charges against Eli on behalf of President Gerskowitz. The freedom to express oneself is the main way I have personally found solace from hardship. I do not know Eli Foltz personally, but I know as a student on MSU's campus that if free speech is threatened for one student, it is threatened for all students. If free speech is threatened, then that solace I have found within my unalienable right to freedom of expression will be taken away. The way in which will be taken will be through fear. Fear that I or another student could face disciplinary action for the crime of sharing with the world who we are as people. I feel as if some people might prefer our silence. This quieting of ourselves would not be as demanding. Unfortunately, this silence comes at a cost. The cost being our identities, ourselves, and our values, no longer being expressed, seen, heard, and acknowledged. This silence is not the sound of victory, but tragedy. Tragedy that we cannot safely express ourselves at the university we attend. President Gerskowitz is one of MSU's 9 MSU decision makers, along with 8 trustees, with the power to end the university's involvement in the genocide in Gaza. MSU's decision to weaponize the disciplinary process against Eli, a well-known member of the Huria Coalition who is engaged in a peaceful protest, sets a precedent that any speech opposing MSU's president or administrative policies may be punished. Public universities like MSU have been and hopefully will continue to be sites of free expression and the exchange of ideas. Threatening and intimidating peaceful protesters run counter to this mission of higher education and undermine students' constitutional protections. President Gerskowitz, I urge you to encourage Lieutenant Brandman of DPPS, the filing officer, to drop the charges against Eli. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cade. Our next speaker is Vincent Delgado, followed by Finney Paget. Vincent, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, President Gerskowitz, Trustee Balo, and members of the board. My name is Vincent, and I'm a junior studying social studies secondary ed here at MSU. I'm here to express my disappointment in Mike Balo's appearance at the Charlie Kirk Vigil. During the 2024 election, as a trans person of color in America, I nervously awaited the results. The other Republican candidate for this trustee board, Julia Madej, was publicly transphobic, and I worried about what this election would mean for the trans students on campus. I was relieved when you won, but scared, and I was fortunate enough to be able to talk to you at a dinner dedicated to MLK. And I asked you for your support, and you said that you had an obligation to serve all students and that I would be included in that. Imagine my horror when I saw your appearance at the Charlie Kirk Vigil held on campus September 11th. Charlie Kirk, while his death was unjust and wrong, was one of the most prominent non-elected proponents of hate against many identities, including my own, more than I could list right out here. But for a reminder, in 2023, he called for men to handle transgender people the way they did in the 50s and the 60s. On April 1st, 2024, Kirk called for Trump to propose a nationwide ban of gender-affirming care for transgender people. This is life-saving care for myself and many of trans students on this campus. Trustee Balo, you cannot expect to stand in the front row of a vigil for a man who endangers my community, speak about his death being a gut punch to you, and expect marginalized students affected by Kirk's rhetoric to think you are just supporting free speech and standing against political violence. If you were to condemn political violence, I would expect you to condemn the genocide in Palestine and MSU's investments in the state of Israel and weapons manufacturers. You can speak for one man, but stay silent for hundreds of humans who are being carpet bombed. You ran your campaign on listening to the community. I am here to tell you that there are thousands of us here that do not want our student tuitions to fund the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Charlie Kirk took full advantage of his right to free speech to spread dangerous and hateful speech, but he had that right and campaigned for the protection of that right. Trustee Balo, I expect us to disagree on many ideas, but you said that you attended the vigil in support of free speech. During your comments during this board meeting, I was just waiting and waiting for you to finally take a stand and stand up for Eli Foltz. I did not get that. With the disciplinary charges filed against Eli Foltz, I no longer feel safe to speak my mind in class. Every time I see police in my dining hall, I worry that they will recognize me from peaceful protests and find a way to abuse their power and charge me with baseless accusations. Trustee Balo, I urge you to stand with Eli Foltz and demand that Lieutenant Brandman drop the charges against him because Eli practiced his lawful right to nonviolent protests and free speech. As well, I ask you to better represent and protect your trans and marginalized students by apologizing for your decision to pick and choose which lives matter enough for you to say something. Trustee Balo and the rest of the trustees, I beg of you, divest from the genocidal state of Israel and weapons manufacturers and protect free speech and drop the charges. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vincent. Our next speaker is Finney Paget, followed by Tiffany Stevens.
Good morning, Good morning, President Guskowitz and the administration and the Board of Trustees. I have registered materials, so if you would like to take one and pass one down, that would be greatly appreciated. My name is Finney Paget, and I am a student in James Madison College, as well as a student senator and university employee. I'm here to deliver a statement passed by the James Madison College Student Senate on October 8th, endorsed by the James Madison College Assembled, which consists of faculty, staff, and students, on October 10th. To President Guskowitz and the administration of Michigan State University. Last week, James Madison College Student Senate was notified that the university was enacting disciplinary charges against JMC student Eli Foltz. This comes after Foltz was peacefully protesting during President Guskowitz's speech at this year's participation event. Foltz, along with several other students, participated in this protest, which remained peaceful and nonviolent. Yet he is the only student charged with violating university policy for allegedly making President Guskowitz fear for his safety. However, these charges are not about safety. This is a targeted attack to silence student voices. Foltz is a leader in multiple student organizations which have requested meetings with the president and university administration to discuss transparency regarding university investments. All such requests have been declined, and student voices have been ignored. Eli Foltz has a history of holding the university accountable and is being targeted for his activism. This is an attempt to suppress dissent and silence those who question the administration. The university is setting a dangerous precedent. Students should feel safe to express their opinions without fear of retaliation by the place many of us call home. Will they start punishing all students who oppose their policies? If students are no longer allowed to protest or express their opinions freely, we risk undermining the very principles on which the United States was founded. Our founders understood the importance of free speech and expression when they wrote the Constitution. The First Amendment guarantees the right to free speech and peaceful protests, which are essential to a functioning democracy. Punishing a student for exercising these rights is an affront to our constitutional values. Voicing an opinion the president is afraid of is not an adequate nor acceptable reason to enact disciplinary measures. We, the James Madison College Student Senate, urge Michigan State University to drop the disciplinary charges against Eli Foltz and reaffirm its commitment to protecting the rights of students. In solidarity, James Madison College Student Senate and James Madison College's College Assembled. On a personal note, I have known Eli for 3 years. He is not a violent person. His time at MSU has been defined by his commitment to justice. President Guskowitz, you publicly stated that you did not file a complaint against Eli, and the state news stated that a campus police officer made the complaint. Why is a campus police officer making claims on your behalf that are jeopardizing Eli's future? This is not just an attack on Eli, it is an attack on free speech and the very principles our university should protect. I urge you to advocate for the charges to be dropped immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tiffany Stevens, followed by Craig Smith, appearing via Zoom. Tiffany, we're in the good afternoon phase, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Stevens, and I have been a community nutrition instructor with the FNET program, which stands for Expanded Food Nutrition Education Program. I've worked in this role for 20 years, and in this role, I help families and youth eat healthier with a limited income. My journey with Extension started way before I became an employee. The experience, I was once a participant in the FNET program myself, and that experience changed my life and inspired me to help others in the same way. Eventually, I was hired to teach the very program that helped me, and I have been serving in that role ever since. Through these 20 years, I have dedicated myself to the mission of Michigan State University and the communities we serve. I have also worked hard to grow both professionally and personally. While in this position, I have earned 3 degrees, including my master's in 2023 from Michigan State University, Go Green. Yet, despite my education and commitment, my advancement within the organization has been limited. After completing my master's, I received only a $2,000 increase, bringing my salary to $51,699. Can you imagine? Since then, it has remained the same. When raises do come, they are small and that number hardly moves. I love what I do and I love the people I serve. I believe in the mission of Michigan State University, but today I'm speaking both with pride and frustration. The cost of living keeps rising and our paychecks have not kept up. Groceries, gas, and utilities are all higher. There are months when I have to go to the food pantry to make sure my family has enough to eat. Can you imagine? I'm a nutrition instructor teaching families how to make ends meet, yet I struggle to make ends meet myself. I know I'm not alone. Many of my colleagues are in similar positions. These are people with education, experience, passion, and a strong community tie. We show up every day and represent this university in the most personal way, yet we are barely surviving. I'm asking for the board and the community to see us, to understand that fair compensation is not just about money, it's about respect, equity, and recognizing that the heart of Michigan State University not only beats in East Lansing, it beats in every community where extension staff are working, teaching, and caring. We do not want pity. We want progress. We want change that reflects the value we bring. Because we love this work, we believe in it, and we just need the university that we've served faithfully for decades to believe in us too. Thank you.
Tiffany, thank you. Our next speaker is Craig Smith, appearing via Zoom, and then next will be Eli Foltz. Craig, can you hear me?
Yeah, am I coming through?
You are indeed. Please begin your remarks.
Great. So my name is Craig Smith. I'm a faculty member at the University of Michigan, and I'm also speaking here today as a parent of an MSU undergraduate student. I'm also the grandson of someone who lost both legs in the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, and he would have been turning over in his grave if he could have heard Trustee Balow talk about our country as a place where people aren't getting disappeared or aren't being persecuted for their speech. It's typically just not people who are rich white men who attend Charlie Kirk memorials who experience those things. Anyway, I'm here to encourage you to talk to some of the bravest people on your campus instead of charging them when they engage in peaceful forms of protest that you as administrators find uncomfortable during a time of authoritarianism. These students are risking bigoted and violent autocrats like Trump and Netanyahu, who enthusiastically destroy human lives, families, communities, infrastructure, information, and even some of the freedoms that people like MSU administrators might enjoy. These students fighting for freedoms and human rights on a number of fronts are some of the people that are brave enough to ask you to look this stuff square in the face and engage in dialogue with them. And the university's administrators have the gall to act like these students are the threat. Please, we have been adults long enough. We have no excuse to have our heads in the sand. We fund modern genocides, and what's happening in Palestine has been recognized by international legal bodies as a genocide. And some of your students have brave enough to say it and ask you to speak with them about it and about your investments in racism and violence and death. Brave enough to ask you to have the conversation, even if it takes asking you at times that aren't convenient or fun for you. But none of this is fun. But you charging students who use nonviolent tactics to ask you for dialogue is cowardice and is of peace with the types of repression that are happening all around us. We who have been adults for long enough to know better are continuing to destroy the planet our loved ones and our children must live on via uncritical and unethical adoption of any new technology that is shoved to the fore by billionaires, these kind of billionaires that the university administrators seem to love so much. And some of your students are brave enough to call out the multiple ways that MSU investments are destroying lives. And when they do, why should they have to be afraid of you punishing them for it? Why is this your response? And what forms of protest, nonviolent protest, are acceptable? Why is it typically only decades later that we might even celebrate students who engage in these actions? You who have been adults long enough should know how to love and respect and talk gracefully to the younger generations without surrounding yourselves with police and a twisted story about who exactly is dangerous, as the MSU president recently did during a student protest of the university's investments in genocide and weapons. the MSU president was only in danger of having a rich conversation. I demand that MSU drop any current or in-process charges against nonviolent protesters on your campus. I, as a parent who pays tuition here, will be watching and potentially organizing based on what you do next. Thanks for listening. And please talk to your brave students, and full solidarity with BSA and any other
Thank you, Craig. Our next speaker is Eli Foltz, followed by Amy Childers. Eli, good morning.
Morning, or good afternoon.
Yeah, sorry, good afternoon.
My name is Eli Foltz. I'm sure you've heard about me by now. I'm a senior working towards my degree in December, and I've also worked for IPF Landscape Services on campus for 2 years now. I especially go out of my way to make sure this campus looks nice. I pick up trash in my free time. Like, that is my goal, is I care about this campus. I care about this university. That is why I was protesting. Further, I'm currently facing disciplinary charges, as you know now, for exercising my First Amendment rights as participation this year by questioning Kevin Guskowitz on his leadership and his complicity in this genocide. And the reason it was Kevin, and the reason it's the board members typically, is because you 9 are the only ones in this university who hold the power to change the investments. I spent my time at MSU in activist spaces organizing to make MSU a truly public university, one that works for the people who make it run. And I looked at times of inspiration when MSU was the first major public institution to divest from South Africa and give it 10 years, and then they were celebrated, given awards by the Office of Student Affairs. Yeah, and that only happened after immense pressure from students, faculty, and community members, and that's what we're doing right now, the exact same thing. In this current moment, as I near graduation, I cannot say that I will be a proud Spartan or a proud alum. I cannot until MSU stands up for what is right. It is not political, it is human to stand in opposition to genocide and the industrial war machine. What is clear that is over $500 million of our endowment is tied in weapons manufacturers and directly into the state of Israel. I do not want to be affiliated with an institution that takes part in genocide. We are seeing a Holocaust, not a genocide, it is a Holocaust. Very clear. It is the complete destruction of a people, of a land, of culture, and memories. And so you no longer, none of you, have the privilege to hide behind this desk, to hide behind in your offices, away from students, away from faculty. At the same time, we are seeing the Trump and federal administration attack higher education, academic freedom, and free speech. It is integral that the university stands against authoritarian power grabs and overstepping. Over the last month, I've had friends, classmates, coworkers, and professors from every corner of this university reach out to me to offer their support. We all know what is at stake when a police officer and university officials threaten students with disciplinary action. It sets the dangerous precedent that individual officers can single out students for using their constitutionally protected rights to protest and dissent. An attack on one of us is an attack on us all. You, President Guskowitz, and the board have the power to make the right decision. Will you continue to invest in back genocide and authoritarianism, or will you stand with us, the people who live, learn, and work here, calling for peace and dignity?
Thank you, Eli. Our next speaker is Amy Childers, followed by Victor Rodriguez Pereira. Amy, good afternoon.
Tough act to follow. Hi, board. I'm Amy Childers. I'm a 4-H program coordinator in Genesee County for MSU Extension. 4-H is the youth development program of Michigan State University. And I'm also on the bargaining team for Extension United. In those bargaining negotiations, there might be some things that we disagree about, but I think 3 basic things we can agree on are that people need jobs that pay their bills. They need jobs that allow them times with their families, and that people want to live in communities where they can trust their neighbors. MSU Extension employees are those trusted neighbors in communities all over the state of Michigan. So I'm here today to ask if this board, I have a plea, I'm asking this board to use its influence to positively affect those negotiations. High turnover rates are threatening that trust that we have in our communities. So if you can support us having fair wages and enough time with our families, we can continue to bring the resources and the research to our neighbors all across the state. Thank you so much. Happy Halloween and go green.
Right. Thank you, Amy. Our next speaker is Victor Rodriguez Pereira, followed by Wasim El Reyes. Victor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for that reminder. I forgot it's not morning anymore. I'm here on behalf of, actually, I'm wearing 3 hats today, so I'm going to try to make this very clear and very quickly. My first hat is being the president of UNTF, representing the amazing workers at the MSU Extension Program. I'm not going to say a lot about them because they can tell you their stories. You're hearing from them this morning, and you will hear a bit more. But there's one thing that I want to say about it. It is difficult for us to reconcile that MSU is understandably displaying our university across the state, while on the other hand, not always lifting the workers who are the face of MSU across the state and in our communities. So please listen to them, take their words to heart. Their work is invaluable, and their contribution to our communities is also invaluable. My second hat is that of a faculty member at the Spanish department, RCS, in the College of Arts and Letters. We are still dealing with the 9% general fund cuts to the university. I don't want to rehash the way those cuts came to be, but the sentiment among faculty that we've spoken with is one of distrust, unfortunately. I would be remiss if I did not convey that these cuts are severely impacting everything we do. We have units that won't even buy markers for faculty, professional development funds that might be irreversibly lost, graduate programs that are being suspended for who knows how long, departments that are already understaffed, not being able to hire people to teach necessary classes. And all of this is happening while we bring in more executive management at exorbitant salaries, and programs for underrepresented communities are being defunded. It's challenging for me when I am asked why MSU is asking so much of us while others are giving so little. There might be a disconnect here that might need further clarification with the community. Last but not least, I'm wearing a hat of a faculty senator here, and I wanted to say a couple of things about the Trump's compact. The Academic Senate recently approved a resolution calling on MSU to reject it. As an academic senator, I voted in favor of this resolution. This compact is a fascistic attempt at keeping a leash around our neck. We know there is a lot of at stake, and we know there are people on campus, many of whom are in this room, sitting on these tables, who are doing everything they can to protect MSU. All I ask is that this board does everything it can to help preserve our academic freedom, the ability to explore and converse about all aspects of humanity. A true university is one in which faculty are free to teach and students are free to explore and to question. Under Trump's compact, we will be nothing but a glorified propaganda center. I am hopeful that those of us in this room today will not let that happen, and we at UNTF are ready to help keep MSU a land-grant institution for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Our next speaker is Wasim El Reyes, followed by Savitri Anand Tharaman. Wasim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, trustees, last year I was a frequent speaker at board meetings. I came here to implore you to divest from the genocidal state of Israel. I told you that I am from Gaza, that more than 24 of my family members have been killed by Israel. I told you about the Israeli torture prisons with many cases of rape, one even caught on a security camera and released for the world to see. 2 years into this genocide, Israel has dropped 70 kilotons of explosives, equivalent to 6 Hiroshimas on Gaza. Israel has killed more than 60,000 people. Those are the documented cases. According to Save the Children, Israeli forces have killed at least one Palestinian child every hour in Gaza, with the total number now surpassing 20,000. More than 1,000 of these children were infants under the age of 1. Half were babies born and killed during the genocide. As bad as this is, the real death toll is estimated to be between 300 and to 600,000 people, potentially as much as 30% of this besieged and starved population. There is now global consensus that a genocide is underway. Nevertheless, since I began testifying here, you have rejected any principled stand against the genocide, refusing to divest from this murderous regime and the weapons manufacturers that supply it. You have removed language from your bylaws that requires you to invest with social responsibility. As officials elected by the people of Michigan, you have turned your fiduciary responsibility for our public university over to a hedge fund manager. And now the president of our university, who's decided to leave us for now, the president of our university has allowed a police officer, his employee, to charge a student with coercion and intimidation in his name. This police officer has singled out Eli Foltz for punishment. Why? To make an example of him? To suppress the speech of a few voices on campus with the courage to condemn genocide and hold our public officials accountable for their decisions? Are those administrative decisions off-limit topics for members of our community, lest we upset the most powerful figure on campus or steal a moment of your time while undertaking your public role? If you are unwilling to do the right thing by divesting from genocide, at least don't silence our students. Uphold their First Amendment rights and ask your employee to drop the charges. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Savitri Anandaraman, followed by Daniel Alquist. Savitri, are you with us? Yes, you are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, trustees. And yeah, unfortunately, President Guskowitz has decided to leave us. My name is Savitri Anandaraman. I'm a recent graduate of MSU. During my time here, I was a PASO's representative to the Multicultural Center, which I was really glad to get to see up in my time here, and co-president of James Madison College's Women of Color Coalition. I'm here today alongside a number of students and faculty members who are speaking to share a disappointment and anger with the university for pursuing disciplinary action against a student who is completely peacefully protesting, a student employee, Eli, who's a close friend and a wonderful person. Last month, as you all know now, Lieutenant Brandeman of MSU TPPS filed a complaint with the Office of Student Support and Accountability on behalf of President Guskowitz, alleging that Eli violated university policies around intimidation and disruption of university functions. For the last 2 years, Eli and other students have conducted exclusively peaceful protests, urging the university president and members of the board to divest MSU from all of its holdings that support the genocidal state of Israel and are complicit in the genocide of Palestinian people. After years of showing up to board meetings and making public comment, knowing that President Guskowitz would be at participation, students decided that it might be worth a shot to go speak with you there. Lieutenant Brandeman's claim that Eli's civil and very legitimate inquiries about divestment constituted intimidation and harassment, a charge which has since been withdrawn, is a dangerous mischaracterization of these students' protests and a complete abuse of power. In February of this year, President Guskowitz, you used your presidential report, and trustees, a number of you used your report time to reaffirm your commitment to protecting students and workers on campus, including international students on campus who are all served by DEI initiatives. Since then, a number of international students have experienced visa terminations, whereas in CAMS groups have had over $100,000 of funding that they have not been able to access. And the university has resorted to threatening students with suspension or dismissal,
for expressing dissent. MSU's decision to stay silent or withholding in communications with students and workers about changing federal policy, and the decision to threaten and silence students, workers, and community members who serve as the moral compass and the blood of this university is dangerous. In an effort to appease the Trump administration, you, trustees, and President Guskowitz have compromised MSU's integrity and endangered all of us, all of the people that you answer to as public officials. President Guskowitz, Lieutenant Brandeman is downstairs today. I implore you to go talk to him and encourage him to drop charges against Eli. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Alquist, followed by Brenda Tracy. Daniel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Like many others, I'm here today to call on university leadership to drop the charges against Eli Foltz and to defend free speech on campus, including academic freedom and the right to peaceful protest. I acknowledge that this is a profoundly difficult time to lead a university and that the pressures and stakes surrounding your decisions are enormous, with the potential to forever alter the character, operation, and mission of this university. Indeed, this is precisely why it is imperative that the university drop the charges against Eli and take a more constructive approach to dealing with student protest. I've gotten to know Eli in and outside of class, and I can attest to his strong character, big heart, informed perspective, and courage to stand up in the face of injustice. Yes, Eli and his fellow protesters have been persistent and very vocal in their calls for divestment and dialogue with university leadership. But these charges against Eli, especially the charge of intimidation, are unfair, disproportionately harsh, and could negatively affect his life for years to come. The fact that these charges were brought forth by campus police and with so little transparency is alarming. Campus police have a difficult job, no doubt, but it is not their job to police our free speech. President Guskowitz himself stated publicly that he didn't even know about the charges until after they were filed. So why is the university still pursuing these charges? What is to be gained, and at what cost to Eli and to free speech on campus? This case presents an opportunity to model an alternative to the antagonistic, petty, punitive discourse that has become the status quo in this country. I urge university leadership, you all, to approach this matter constructively rather than punitively, to engage Eli and other protesters in productive dialogue, and to take their concerns seriously. Beyond my concern for Eli, I am deeply worried about the precedent this case will set in further stifling free speech on campus. As universities across the country buckle under pressure from Washington, our rights to free speech are under threat like never before in my lifetime. Many at MSU are already afraid to speak up and to attend events. And this case will set a dangerous precedent by legitimizing the use of institutional mechanisms and discourses of protection to silence dissent and target individuals. Make no mistake, this is a stepping stone in the march of authoritarianism. But we don't have to allow this march to continue unchallenged, and we certainly don't have to invite it onto our campus. MSU is one of the largest public universities in the country, and history has shown that what we do here matters. Instead of willingly ceding even more precious ground to the assault on free speech, I call on you to take a stand. I implore the university to drop the charges against Eli and to ensure that all members of the MSU community will always be able to exercise their right to free speech. Thank you.
Daniel, thank you. Our next speaker is Brenda Tracy, followed by Jenna Ali. Brenda, good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Brenda Tracy. I'm here today to make sure that we're all on the same page about things that have been said to me by GC Laura Ruggles. March 20th of 24, my lawyer informed me that at the direction of you, President Guskowitz, Mr. Quinn wanted to know if we wanted to go to mediation, and I said yes. Mr. Quinn asked for our demands, but he asked my attorney to hand deliver them because he was concerned about a second email being leaked from this board. As time passed, I would ask why mediation wasn't being scheduled, and I was told Mr. Quinn was speaking with the insurance companies. October 16th of 24, I came to Lansing to attend a conference on preventing sexual harassment. VP Ruggles approached my attorney and asked we would sit down and speak with her. During that meeting, VP Ruggles took notes as I recounted my trauma, including my own suicidality, and I described multiple failings of the RVSM process. I was told that she would take these notes to Mr. Quinn. October 24th of 24, I met with VP Ruggles again at the MSU library, where she let me know that she had the authority to engage in restorative justice practices through OIE. Her desire was to mitigate harm that had been done to me in my career. VP Ruggles said that MSU owes me a debt of gratitude, and she wanted to draft a public statement thanking me and showing support. I was also asked if I would help with MSU's policies. October 25th of 24, a year ago, I stood before you all. After that meeting, my attorney and I were invited to accompany VP Reglis and Mr. Quinn back to his office. During that meeting, VP Reglis reiterated her restorative justice options, all of which Mr. Quinn agreed to. VP Reglis, including a public statement from this institution thanking me and showing support for me and my work. Mr. Quinn said, quote, "I know we have no right to ask you this, but we would be grateful if you would consider helping us with our policies." I answered that I was interested, but I would not do anything outside of formal mediation. I also made it clear that day that I did not want to sue this institution. My exact words were, "I will only sue you if you force me." Mr. Quinn said he would get mediation going, but again, nothing. So after 15 months of waiting for mediation to get scheduled, I sued this board June 3rd, 2025. Last month, you filed your motion to dismiss my lawsuit. In that motion, I was described as a money-hungry opportunist, and my character was likened to that of Mel Tucker, the man who was found responsible for sexually harassing me and exploiting me. So what happened, President Guskowitz? What changed, Brian, Laura? You were behind closed doors, you were empathetic and supportive, but after waiting 15 months for mediation and exercising my right to sue this board, this institution is now retaliating against me by calling me a money-hungry opportunist with disgraceful character. An offer of restorative justice that was meant to help me has turned into a calculated decision by this institution to publicly degrade and humiliate me. I know I've gone over my time, but in closing, I want you all to know I'm not going anywhere, and I will continue to fight this.
Thank you, Brenda. Our next speaker is Jenna Ali, followed by Anna Wildman. Jenna, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Ali. I am a junior at MSU studying international relations. I'm a liaison between James Madison Women of Color, Arab Cultural Society, and the Hurriya Coalition. While there are a plethora of issues I wish I could address right now, I am here regarding the importance of free speech, which is currently being under attack in light of the recent charges against Eli Foltz. I made the decision to speak today, firstly as a proud Arab and Muslim student who sees and experiences firsthand the oppression and attempted silencing of Arab and pro-Palestinian voices, and secondly, because I was a witness at the incident as participation. Charging Eli Foltz with intimidation and disruption are invalid, as you, President Guskowitz, were protected by multiple police officers while Eli remained unguarded and voiced his concerns for MSU's direct investments into genocide, something that his constitutional right under the First Amendment. Investments into Lockheed Martin, Boeing, BlackRock, and even directly into the Israeli occupational force continue to fund and perpetuate the current genocide in Gaza, killing men, women, and children in the hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the current level 5 famine, which will affect Palestinians for generations to come. Mike Balo, you mentioned the Spartans that have lost their lives fighting for freedom, but no one here has acknowledged the death of Tariq Thabit, a Spartan who died in an airstrike in Gaza, working to uplift his people. You can attend a vigil for Charlie Kirk, but not him? Whose free speech do you actually support? As this university remains on the wrong side of history, on the complicit side of history, and on the greedy side of history, Eli was brave enough to directly confront this injustice and complete absence of morals from MSU. Eli spoke and acted with the humanity that this university lacks. He spoke up for voices that cannot speak as they are being silenced by the censorship of pro-Palestinian articles and media, silenced by bombs, bullets, and burial under the rubble of buildings that once stood tall in Gaza. Eli is not a symbol for any manner of violence or intimidation toward anyone, let alone the president of Michigan State University. It is not how we, as the Hurriya Coalition, operate, and it is not in Eli's character either, as somebody who personally knows him and sees him once a week for hours-long Hurriya meetings trying to get divestment. We are grateful to hear and hopeful to hear that the harassment charge has been dropped, but I would like to call for the dropping of the disruption and intimidation charges against Eli Foltz, as they are unjust, unconstitutional, and a threat to the free speech of every student on campus, as well for the divestment of MSU's genocidal bonds. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Thank you, Jenna. Our next speaker is Anna Wildman, followed by Anna Pegler-Gordon, appearing via Zoom. Anna, good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Anna Wildman, and I'm a junior studying journalism at Michigan State. I'm here today because I feel it is my moral responsibility as a human being to stand up for all of the men, women, and children being massacred in Palestine. And I want all of you to understand that it's your moral responsibility too. Rarely are we as citizens meaningfully empowered to prevent corrupt governments from committing war crimes, but right now you are. I struggle to see how each and every one of you can't seem to understand that the actions you take now will go down in history. The issue of divestment is bigger than you, it is bigger than me, is bigger than any way in which financial losses will affect this university. The choice between divestment and complicity is a choice between humanity and evil. 2 years ago, a Humphrey Fellow at MSU named Tariq Thabet was killed by a bomb that this university paid for. Unfortunately, him and the 15 other members of his family who were killed are only a small fraction of the hundreds of thousands of civilians murdered by the Israeli military. The investments in many weapons manufacturers like Lockheed Martin and BlackRock that this university insists on keeping directly contribute to the slaughtering of these men, women, and children. For this reason, I find it more than a bit ridiculous that you argue against divestment because it would cause this university to suffer. You do not know what it means to suffer. It is easy to hide behind your comfortable lifestyle and pretend you don't know what's happening overseas. You don't have to hear the screams of mothers who have lost their children. You don't have to smell the stench of unclaimed bodies rotting in garbage bags. So you can allow yourself to forget, but we will not. Every person in this room understands that divestment is not easy. We understand that it will come with ramifications that will affect multiple levels of the university, and I can empathize with the fact that this decision would be chaotic and stressful for the administration. But every possible consequence that divestment brings is minuscule compared to the level of suffering happening in Palestine. So please, on behalf of every person in the Haria Coalition, I ask that President Guskowitz and the Board of Trustees divest every dollar from both aid to Israel and weapons manufacturing. I also ask that you drop all charges against Eli Foltz, because the only thing he is guilty of is peacefully exercising his right to free speech. I do not mean for my comments to be offensive. I only mean to emphasize how important it is for all of you to stand with us on the right side of history. Life is a precious gift. I urge all of you to use it to do something beautiful for this world while you still can. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Thank you, Anna. Our next speaker is Anna Pegler-Gordon, appearing via Zoom, and then Nassim Saad. Anna, can you hear us on the Zoom link?
I can.
Good afternoon. Please begin your comments.
Thank you. I am a professor in James Madison College. I'm here today to express my grave concerns about freedom of speech at MSU and to share my particular concerns about the case that is being made against undergraduate student Eli Foltz. In JMC, where Eli is a student, we teach our students about the fundamentals of US and global governance. We teach about social movements and civil society. We teach about free speech and the ways that speech is restricted. We know that speech is often restricted in subtle ways. Eli was a student in my Asian American history class, where we learned how the Hawaiian language was restricted in schools and newspapers during the 19th century. The rationale was never stated as the restriction of speech or Hawaiian independence movements. It was to improve Indigenous students' educational opportunities. I am currently co-leading an honors option for first-year JMC students in which we are reading Adam Hochschild's American Midnight about massive censorship and the threat to American democracy during World War I. The reasons for this censorship were never stated as the restriction of speech. It was to bolster morale and win the war. In Eli Foltz's case, an undergraduate student has been accused of harassing and intimidating the president of our university at a public event when the student was engaged in a protest with other students. Eli was the only student among this group targeted for disciplinary action. The rationale is not restricting his speech, but violating university policies. I recognize that there can be a tension between free speech and the university's codes of conduct. In fact, earlier this week, we had a JMC teach-in and town hall about these exact issues. This is not that situation. This is the weaponization of university policies to restrict legitimate protest. At the most recent meeting of the James Madison College assembled, a meeting which includes all staff, faculty, and administrators of our college, we voted in support of our Student Senate statement that the university is setting a dangerous precedent in pursuing charges against Eli. I join with students in ASMSU, BSA, and the JMC Student Senate, and with my colleagues in the James Madison College assembled to urge Michigan State University to drop all charges against Eli Foltz and to reaffirm the rights of students, including especially the fundamental right to speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Our next speaker is Nassim Said, followed by David Hogan. Nassim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I wrote a long-ass speech, but to be honest, I don't want to read it. I talked about how, it's about Eli. I talked about how we have a trustee that was a philosopher of ethics, someone who was into law. I talked about the values that you guys all ran to become these board of trustees. And it's actually written, I used Grammarly, and I'm not, like, my grammar isn't the best, so I'm just gonna speak to you as a Palestinian. We've spoken a lot in the past, and honestly, I don't think my words matter to you, so this is just gonna be 2 minutes and 20 seconds of me yapping about my family back at home and about Eli Foltz. First of all, I'm going to Palestine this December, risking going through the borders that I'm forced to go through because I'm not allowed to go directly to my own country. My family lives every single day under the fear of occupation and the fear of the settlers that illegally attack them in their own homes. And us as students, we got the privilege and the opportunity to travel outside our own homes and to come to countries that are built such as the United States of America and to educate people like our peers and our students about what's happening in the world. And us as a student movement, we strive not to be evil, not to be bad, not to disturb, not to intimidate, and not to put fear into anyone, especially those millionaires that are cutting the budgets of everyone around us, yet they get a raise. We strive to educate about the rest of the world, just like Martin Luther King was educating, and he was an activist for the civil rights movement. That's what we are. That's what Eli Foltz is. He's educating about the pain and the struggle of the Palestinian people and the Palestinian cause. Now, again, I don't know if my words matter to you. I genuinely don't. It's been 2.5 years of me coming and yapping, and nothing has changed in this university. But I always reframe to using these words, but I want to tell you that every single one of you that's sitting on that table today is complicit in the killing of my own people in Gaza. And the reason I reframed from using those words because I thought, for one, like, I thought that you guys had empathy. I thought you guys had sympathy for the world and for the people out there, but you don't. But I believe that maybe that your leadership might come in handy, and I believe that you might drop the charges that the police department allegedly put on Eli, the disturbance and the intimidation, because I don't think you were intimidated, and I don't think you were disturbed, and you yourself didn't claim to have those charges. So I beg you to drop them, because Eli, he works hard to make this university good by educating about the world and through his job in IPF. And I'm sorry I passed my time, but please, like, what are we doing here, man? Like, tired with these eloquent speeches, and people are dying. 68,000 killed.
Thank you, Nassim. Our next speaker is David Hogan, followed by Tyler Out. David, good afternoon.
I'm going to be echoing a lot of what Nassim said. It's been about 2 years since I've been coming to these meetings. And since I've been coming to them and speaking at them, I've always spent my time figuring out how to find the right words to make you guys care. And I've realized, I think, over my time that it might not be my words, but yours. Trustee Vassar, earlier you talked about how we need more student representation in decision-making. On April 10th, as we were talking in our meeting before students were arrested, We were continually dismissed as not understanding what was going on, and you sat by silently. President Guskowitz, you said the last thing you wanted to do was arrest students and harm our community. You then proceeded to arrest 17 students and 2 community members. Trustee Deno, you said we felt as if we were holding a gun to your head. And now, what would you say to the student who has been protesting peacefully on campus and is now having his degree threatened? Trustee Bahar Cook, you decided not to show at this meeting. Actions like this have never been taken against a student at this university. We've talked with those who were involved with South African apartheid divestment, and they said it's unprecedented. The precedent which you are setting is extremely dangerous. We see this as not just an infringement on our right to protest, but as an infringement on academic freedoms and freedom of speech completely. Trustee Balo, you have repeatedly talked about the openness and transparency of this board, and yet you are now complicit in holding behind closed doors meetings and removing our opportunity to speak to you. So it is our point now that coming to this meeting alone, while it is important to share our stories which I cannot share because I do not hold the same identities that many of the marginalized students here do, it is not our job to come here and just speak to you. We must speak to you because our stories must be heard, but simply just speaking to you and not doing the things that Eli did and protesting would simply be capitulation. The students of Michigan State University will not capitulate. We will make our voices heard and we will make them known. And we will do that outside of these walls and around campus, and we will do them with the support of the faculty, of the students, of the staff, as represented by an ASMSU vote to support Eli's dropping the charges on Eli, and as the JMC College Assembled faculty voting to support the student statement. There is a lot here which needs to be done, and the first step has to come with dropping the charges on Eli. So I implore you, President Guskowitz, to talk with Lieutenant Brandman and drop these unjust charges.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Tyler Augst, followed by Joe Garza. Tyler, good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Yes, my name is Tyler Augst. I'm an MSU Extension educator based down in Southwest Michigan, Van Buren County. I do government and community vitality education for our Community Food and Environment Institute within Extension. That's my institutional who I am. When I talk with communities, I'm your Extension educator to provide support, resource, education to our local elected, appointed, and community leaders. Most of my work is in planning and zoning, helping planning commissioners, zoning board of appeals members learn how to do their important roles. I also have that extension role of taking what's done here on the campus, bringing it out to local communities, like our recent work on short-term rental policy options for local communities. How can they regulate this new land use based on some research that was done by our Center for Local Government and Finance and Policy here on campus. I also am involved in helping folks understand how government works, teaching governing essentials webinars on Open Meetings Act, parliamentary procedure, and the components of extraordinary governance. All of this work works best when delivered by folks deeply embedded in the community. Because I'm not only teaching about this, I'm doing it. I'm a member of my Cass County Planning Commission. I'm a former school board member, involved in various nonprofits. Next Tuesday, I'll be working in my local township for the election. Reminder, go vote next Tuesday. So I'm out there, I'm in it. That's the strength of MSU Extension in our communities. We are the community members going through it with our participants who can be that trusted ear when a township supervisor wants to know, how do I get a grant for roads? They call Tyler up and ask, where do you find grants? And we connect them to the resources both here on campus and across the state. Now, doing that work, having those deep personal connections, it's phenomenal. I would love to spend the rest of my career working for you all out in the state of Michigan, making communities better. It's challenging though, as you've heard from other extension folks today. I don't know year to year if I'm going to have a job again. It's 1-year contracts. I don't know what the salary and benefits are going to look like in the future. Is it going to go up, hopefully, or are we going to have another year where my benefits are actually cut? These are the realities of the position. It makes it difficult to work with these partners, to share that knowledge and resource. I've had to have interviews with partners trying to get a job at their organization because it's going to have more security and better benefits and pay than my current work. That creates an interesting dynamic, doesn't it? When your partners know that my institution isn't valuing me enough to keep me long-term. So I encourage you, as our contract comes up, think about me, my fellow Extension employees, and how we can continue to engage long-term for communities. Happy Halloween and blessed Samhain.
Thank you, Tyler. Our next speaker is Joe Garza, followed by Caleb Xiang. Joe, greetings. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Garza. I'm president of the Administrative Professional Supervisors Association and the chair of the Coalition of Labor Organizations at Michigan State University. I wanted to address President Guskiewicz' October 22nd, 2025 email to the MSU community about the upcoming financial decisions and budget plans. The president stated that you have been working to mitigate the effects of broadly rising costs, including employee health care, and he also appropriately recognized and acknowledged that layoffs have a deep impact on employees and are felt by more than just the actual employee who is being laid off. The APSA is not only a union representing workers, but a partner with the university because we recognize the collective nature of this relationship. We have always taken the approach of being an advocate for our members, not adversarial. We have worked together with the university in addressing healthcare expenses. Since 1998, when the partnership was formed, decisions we have made have saved the university millions in healthcare expenses. We will continue this joint effort. I want the board and the president to understand the impact of the layoffs from the union's perspective. I've had numerous conversations over the last couple of months with laid off employees wondering how they're going to make ends meet. Many were single parents with limited options. One laid off employee had her father die the week before her layoff and was facing a cancer diagnosis and upcoming surgery. They were wondering how they would afford the cancer treatment without their insurance. In another instance, one of our members had been performing additional duties of an open position. They hired a new staff member to assume those duties on Friday, and our member was then laid off on Monday. We had to figure out how to help them out as best as we could, and we are still communicating with them today. We have not forgotten them. I would hope that we could avoid future layoffs. During the pandemic, we worked with RHS and EVP Vinnie Gore at the time to create bonus positions to maintain full-time staff and avoid layoffs. My understanding was that the division depleted their financial reserves to preserve the staff they had during this difficult time. This action was in line with the 2030 strategic plan of investing in staff. MSU's biggest investment and most important asset is exceptionally talented faculty and staff at the core of the Spartan community. There's always room for improvement. We're meeting with Central HR on November 12, 2025 to discuss and review the layoff process that we just experienced and how we can do better moving forward. With the budget request letter coming in November, the budget summit in December, and the budget submissions due in January 2026, we would urge the board to take a strong stance that layoffs should be isolated events. Additionally, we would urge the board to encourage and direct administration to be transparent with the unions and work collaboratively with us as these difficult future decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Our next speaker is Caleb Xiang, followed by Sophia Zuber. Caleb, are you with us? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Caleb. I'm currently a freshman studying at Michigan State University. And before I begin my speech, I would like to say that I'm incredibly disappointed with the behavior of the Board of Trustees at this current meeting. Dennis Dono, you seem to feel like your phone seems more important than listening to the members of your community. And President Guskiewicz, you seem to feel like a can of Coke is more important than listening to speeches. I'm just incredibly disappointed. But despite that, I came into this university believing that this has always been one for the people. As the nation's pioneer land-grant university, MSU provided education for working-class Americans when college was a privilege for the wealthy. Dennis Dono, please look at me while I'm speaking. It opened its doors to women, African-American, and other marginalized communities and it appointed its first minority president of a major public university, Dr. Wharton, in 1970, and was among the first to divest from apartheid South Africa in 1978. But this has not come without Michigan State's long-standing tradition of activism, leading the nation in its ethics, opportunity, and global education. And I feel proud to be a Spartan when looking at our history. I feel proud to be a Spartan when looking at our prolific research across the world, but I do not feel that same pride when I look at you, the Board of Trustees, investing in policies that contradict directly with MSU's values. I do not feel that same pride when you turn a blind eye to your own involvement in human suffering, to the suffering of your own members. I do not feel that same pride. I feel disgusted when I see you threaten peaceful protesters like Eli Foltz. I feel disgusted when I see this university profit from the genocide of Palestinians, from bombs dropped on children, funded and manufactured by companies that line our investment portfolios. I am not proud to be a Spartan. Because you are profiting from death, Kevin Guskowitz. You are profiting from the mothers and fathers crying through the rubble for the children, from the raped, tortured, and disfigured bodies in Israeli prisons. You're profiting from families searching for loved ones in mass graves, from starving children and the kidnapped. But you already know this. You've seen the images and read the reports. Nothing I say is new. I do not need to remind you of what's happening in Gaza. I do not need to remind you of Israeli's systematic targeting of refugee camps, journalists, and academics, and doctors like yourself. I do not need to remind you of 5-year-old Hind Wahab, who was murdered when the Israeli military fired 335 rounds into her car. And I should not need to remind you of MSU students like Tariq Thabet, who was murdered by Israeli bombs that we fund. And yet you continue to invest, you continue to fund atrocities. Divestment is not radical. It is what we have always done when faced with moral crisis, from apartheid to now. So I urge you to divest from Israeli bonds and weapons manufacturers and invest in your own community. Drop the charges against Eli Foltz and stand with your students, your faculty, and your conscience, and let MSU stand once again as a leader, not in profit and shame, but in principle. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sophia Zuber, followed by Aisha Zakaria. Sophia. Sophia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sophia Zuber. I stand before you today as a junior here at Michigan State University and a member of the Honors College and Lyman Briggs College. I study biochemistry, molecular biology, and Spanish. Growing up in Flushing, Michigan, a small community near the city of Flint, I've always wanted to be a scientist and a Spartan. I remember being in elementary and middle school and hearing the stories of my friends as they experienced the Flint water crisis. These experiences shaped the way I saw the world and led me to join groups on this campus fighting for a better world, such as the Sunrise Movement and the Huria Coalition. I often found myself battling between my commitment to the greater good and a scientific career because I was told that I'd have to concede my belief in the former to succeed in the latter. It wasn't until I had a very wise English teacher in high school put it in perspective for me that I could do both as a doctor and a researcher. From that moment forward, I put my nose to the grindstone so that I could be the first doctor in my family. I also stand before you today as a pre-med student who has watched as Israel commits a genocide in Palestine for the past 2 years. My classmates, future doctors, nurses, and medical practitioners walk the halls, sidewalks, and trails of this campus as the IDF murders our prospective colleagues. In April of this year, The Guardian released two pieces detailing the Rafah paramedic massacre, where 15 healthcare workers were killed by the IDF. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society, PCRS, announced that after the completion of autopsies, that the workers were shot in the upper body with intent to kill. A paper published this month in the Scandinavian Journal of Trauma, Resuscitation, and Emergency Medicine detailed the intensity of traumatic brain injuries, TBIs, in patients in Gaza. The authors found that of the 244 patients included in the study, 26.2% died within the first 30 days, known as the acute period, in TBI care. Those admitted with the Glasgow Coma Scale below, or Glasgow Coma Score below 8, which is indicative of severe brain injury, had significantly higher mortality rates. Additionally, they called attention to the destruction of healthcare infrastructure by Israel as being massively impactful on patient healthcare outcomes. I highlight this paper specifically because it lies within President Guskowitz's area of expertise as a scholar in neuroscience, specifically in the study of traumatic brain injuries. As this university continues to tote on about the expansion and growth of our medical school, there are no fully functioning hospitals left in Gaza.
as this university brings disciplinary charges toward my friend Eli Foltz. Hospitals have been leveled, bulldozed, and bombed. I cannot in good conscience be silent as a school that I attend for my undergraduate and hope to attend for medical school remains invested in Israeli bonds and weapons manufacturers, which fund this ongoing genocide. I will now use the rest of my time to read the names of physicians who have been killed in this genocide. Dr. Omar Farwana, a professor and former dean of the Islamic University of Gaza Medical School and andrologist in Gaza. Dr. Aya Farwana, the former's daughter, a family medicine specialist from Gaza. Dr. Medhat Saidim, a senior burn and plastic surgeon specialist at Shifa Hospital. Dr. Mohammed Dabur, a consultant pathologist and dean of preclinical medicine in the Islamic University of Gaza Medical School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sophia. Our next speaker is Aisha Zakaria. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Aisha Zakaria, and I am the co-advocacy chair for the Asian Pacific American Student Organization and one of 2 vice presidents for the Muslim Student Association. President Guskowitz, just earlier this week, I was highlighted in your Spartan community letter for my advocacy for transfer students. And while I'm humbled by this recognition, I must admit that it feels hollow. Just a few months ago, I sat second to the row right behind you at the MCC's ribbon-cutting ceremony. I listened to you speak of your admiration and pride for this university's student leaders' advocacy and their commitment to their needs being met to achieve things like the MCC. You, along with Board Trustee Tibe, who also spoke there, affirmed this university's commitment to creating a safe and welcoming space for all students on this campus and cited MSU student leaders as the fuel to this continuing mission. So I ask you, as well as all trustees present here today, how is it that you celebrate this university's legacy of student advocacy and yet refuse to let it happen today? How is it that you silence it and penalize it? My fellow student leaders from BSA have spoken about your refusal to meet with them, to listen to their needs as they, along with all Corps and Camps groups, are asked to reform our organization's entire identities, an ultimatum given to us on September 12th to change our mission statements and constitutions in order to continue to exist as student orgs on this campus. In response to student advocacy, you pressed charges against your students, against Eli Foltz, member of the Hurriya Coalition, an organization which has never been anything but peaceful. You called the police on a number of students back in April after they organized a sit-in at this very building to urge for divestment. For your information, since you're new here, Mr. President, the MCC was achieved through a student sit-in. MSU flaunts its legacy of being the first U.S. university to divest from the South African apartheid 47 years ago, yet today it invests in weapon manufacturers that supply apartheid and genocide in the Middle East. Is our past something to only be admired and not something to learn from, to guide our present? If Michigan State University does not appreciate our presence, then it deserves to feel our absence, said NASO in a statement announcing their difficult decision to move their annual powwow that's traditionally held on our campus all the way to Detroit, because Native students do not feel on a campus amidst this administration's silence on the bigoted and hateful attacks on them, attacks from people who you attended the Charlie Kirk Vigil with, Trustee Baylor, attacks that go against the very land acknowledgement cited at the beginning of this very meeting. There is so much that I have to say, clearly, but in case you are a little lost, I am here for one thing, and it is the fact that this administration has managed to fail its students on so many different fronts. It has failed to serve and protect them at a time when our identities and rights are threatened by the federal government more than ever before. As the land acknowledgement, MSU's values and mission statements, the Hate Has No Home Here campaign flyers that are plastered all over the dorms of our campus, have they no weight to you? Are these just light words on light paper that are there to decorate MSU's websites and hallways? Words to fill in your opening statements and speeches? Today, I ask you to do this. I ask you to be what you say you are. I ask you to meet with BSA. I ask you to support the Corps and Camps Coalition and its leaders. I ask you to drop the charges against Eli Foltz. I ask you to divest from the business of bombing the Middle East, my home and where my family.
We are going to have to move on, so thank you.
I'm aware I am wrapping up right now.
No, I think you've exceeded the time, so thank you for that. I just want to be consistent with the public comments, so thank you.
Well, I just want to take the time to say that this has been incredibly unprofessional. So many trustees here refuse to look us in the eyes and would rather scroll on.
President Guskowitz, that this concludes our final list of speakers for this morning's public meeting.
I'd like to thank everyone for attending today. I hope you have a great weekend, and I'll ask if there's a motion to adjourn. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. The meeting's adjourned.